how fentanyl is produced, where it comes from, how it gets distributed here?
Well, by starting the nonprofit, I got to know some DEA people. One was John DeLina, who now is down in Washington, D.C., with our administrator. John taught me about what's going on and where these ingredients, these precursors were coming through, and that the Chinese and the Mexican cartels were behind this national security crisis. And early on, I became friends with Derek Maltz Sr., who I'm sure you know. He's been on Fox so many times and is an advocate and a warrior for the cause. So he's a mentor of mine. I learn from these people. The more we know, the more we know, the more we do not sugarcoat things, and the more we don't exaggerate things, because we lose the audience if we exaggerate.
Yeah. To that end, I'm sure you've seen these videos of occasionally you'll see a police officer or someone, touching or getting in the vicinity of fentanyl and going into convulsions. I've talked to doctors who said, look, I don't know what that is. It doesn't happen. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like,
I sure do.
Yeah? Do you have anything to say about it?
I sure do. Well, I mean, we've all seen the videos of officers going down, and whether it's a panic attack or not, I don't know.
Right.
But what I do know is that it is odorless, it's tasteless, it's water-soluble, and people have, without being addicted to drugs, have died because of it. Yeah. We have 7 babies that died in the state of Connecticut. They weren't doing drugs.
Right.
They were exposed to it.
How do you feel about Narcan being distributed to reverse overdoses, Narcan being distributed so widely now, and then other things like safe injection sites where people can use under supervision?
Sure.
There's an argument that says, look, that if not encourages the use, it normalizes it in a way that we don't want.
Yeah. Harm reduction is not our thing. I don't believe... I don't believe in fentanyl strips. I can't see where anyone could possibly test all their supply. Safe injection sites, I think, are absurd. I can't imagine taxpayers paying for someone to watch their loved one stick deadly narcotics in their arm. Now, have they saved lives? Yeah, probably. But no one can tell me you can quantify that. Right. No one. Because I don't know what happens to them when they're out the door. Yeah. And don't forget, as we all know, drug addicts need more and more drugs during the day. It's not like they, one and done. I don't believe in safe injection sites, and I'm going to fight them. They're thinking about putting in some harm reduction centers in New Haven, Connecticut. I and others will fight that.
Yeah, you're more interested in just keeping it, stopping it, nipping it in the bud, I guess.
That's right.
Than you are taking care of it.
Prevention is what we need.
Yeah.
We need more beds.
Right. You mean to get people into treatment who want it and need
exactly.
it. Yeah.
And these centers say they will do that, but they're not going to do it for everyone that comes in. It's an absurd notion to me, the whole ththing.
I've spoken to other parents who've lost their kids in the same way, and it always strikes me. I'm thankfully not in that position. Hopefully, never will be. What do you think is in you and in those other parents that made you become an activist instead of just curling up and going away?
I can speak for myself, and it saved my life. Advocacy, I can tell you, because I would have curled up. You want to die after you lose a child. It's torture every single day. It gets worse near the holidays, I can tell you. The mere thought of someone having to go through, I hardly know you. The thought of you having to lose someone to this scourge that we can control up to a point. No one's going to tell me that we can't. I can't bear that. And that's why I think, we had over 500 people rallying in front of the White House in September, because, and we spend our own money doing this, because we want you and your kids to have a fighting chance.
I do know plenty of families that have gone through this with family members, and at some point you reach the end of your rope and you say, I don't know what to do to help this kid anymore. I just have to hope for the best. What can you do if we're talking again about an adult?
Sobriety is absolutely obtainable. With Joe was extremely embarrassed about his addiction. He did everything he was asked. We went to rehabs and sober houses and IOPs and everything in between. He did everything. Unfortunately, he couldn't. He had long stretches of sobriety, but he started using again. Every situation is different. I couldn't kick Joe out of the house. Sometimes you got to do that. You got to hit rock bottom. I couldn't do that. Like I said, I on some level knew that he wasn't going to make it out of this. But parents that are going through it, I can tell you right now, it's the worst feeling because you are trying to save your child 24/7. All your energy and all your mind is on that kid 24/7. And you know, the siblings, unfortunately, are left behind a lot of times.
What do you say to parents of younger kids now that you know what you know? Say your kids, 12, 13, 14, 15, they're starting to have more independence. You're not on them every second of every day. What do you look for?
The phones. The phones are evil. It's an evil entity. These dealers are stalking and preying upon our kids. They know when they're at a concert venue, they will try and get these kids to buy drugs. It's terrible. Outside the phone and the fact that they can buy these drugs on any of the social media platforms is horrifying. We've got to keep up the conversation. We've got to keep talking about it, talking about programs, and talking about where they can go for help.
Lisa Dean, co-founder with your husband and son of the Demand Zero Foundation, in honor of your son Joe. Lisa, good to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Appreciate it.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. MediShare is a proven thing, too. For over 30 years, it's a Christian community of more than 400,000 members. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, you'll get another $150 savings. So I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's November 30th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
What do you mean he's not coming in? This is our busiest time.
The mixologist at Claude's Bar is moving to Manhattan.
I'm already down 2 bar backs. No one's manning front of
Now he needs an equally cosmopolitan replacement.
How am I going to find a new bartender before New Year's Eve?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Mommy, I don't feel good.
Oh, well, let me check you for fever. I've got this Exergen thermometer. Just sweep it across your forehead and, ooh, 100.5. Yeah, you're staying home today.
That sure was fast and easy, just like at the doctor's office.
Doctors recommend these Exergen thermometers.
Clinically accurate and backed by over 100 clinical studies, get your Exergen thermometer at Walmart and participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly, with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right, with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous fall promotions.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris in Mark Cumberland this Saturday afternoon at 4. Find out why it's a great time to buy or sell a home. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday afternoon at 4.
There's a chill in the air and the big red bows are on the cars. Make this holiday season truly a December to remember with a great deal on your new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill. The 2024 Lexus are arriving daily. They have over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Stop in and see Tony Labello and his team or visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts. President Biden signs the stopgap spending bill into law, pushing the budget fight into next year. The signing happened in San Francisco, where Biden is hosting the APEC summit and pledged to expand the fight against climate change in Asia and the Pacific.
By enabling greater U.S. and private sector investment in clean energy innovation and infrastructure in our partner countries.
In the Middle East, aid agencies pause cross-border deliveries into Gaza as the enclave deals with a second day of no fuel, power, or communications. This as the Israeli military continues to search Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital.
The hospital staff says every minute Israeli forces put the hospital, quote, under occupation, the chances of more patients dying only increases. The IDF says they're at war with Hamas, not civilians.
Fox's Jeff Paul in Israel. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Major League Baseball handing out its most valuable player awards on Thursday. In the American League, Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Angels becomes the first player ever to win it unanimously twice. The National League winner is the Atlanta Braves' Ronald Acuna. He was also unanimous, and there had never been 2 unanimous MVPs in the same year before. The University of Michigan announces it's reached a settlement with the Big Ten Conference over head football coach Jim Harbaugh's suspension from a sign-stealing case involving one of his former assistants. Harbaugh will still serve the last 2 games of that suspension, but the conference will end its investigation. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Sports. There's nothing like it. Denzel Washington as Coach Herman Boone, and remember the Titans, breaks the sport of football down to its bones when he stands on an empty field and talks about struggle and effort leading to victory or defeat. Football makes perfect sense to Boone, even when the rest of the world in 1971 seemed chaotic and divided. Our own world can feel chaotic with wars abroad and strife at home. And while things seem dire, we don't walk, we run to our escape. The purity of the sports we watch and discuss amongst friends and family has never been more important. So if you are currently clawing with your fingernails for every inch, the way Al Pacino describes in Any Given Sunday, take solace in knowing that it's our games that can give us hope, perspective, and an awful lot of fun. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Don't let anyone take your head out of the game. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Hey guys, it is Nick Kayal, and as you know, I have recently leased 2023 Ridgeline from Piazza Honda of Springfield. If you are a truck person like me, now is the time to visit Piazza Honda in Springfield, Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading to take advantage of 0.9% APR or get special finance rates on the Honda Civic, Accord, CR-V, Pilot, and more. The Piazza Auto Group now with 17 brands and 35 locations, my go-to for all things automotive. To find your new or certified pre-owned vehicle, visit today at piazzaautogroup.com. AdvocacyUnited.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. Planning a road trip to visit family and friends this holiday season? Now is the perfect time to make sure your car is getting optimal gas mileage. First, check your tires and make sure they are inflated to proper pressure. Remove heavy items like golf clubs from your car and plan on packing light. And minimize stops on longer trips to help maximize your fuel economy. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Jason rants.
What's on your mind?
Young Americans are taken to TikTok, telling us they've been inspired, awestruck by Osama bin Laden's letter to America, written a year after the 9/11 terrorist attacks. These videos are gaining millions of views, and TikTok is struggling to pull them down. Now, I'm sure you were as disgusted by this trend as I was. And maybe you reacted the way Congressman Mike Gallagher on Fox News did. He called them idiots. Well, that's true. But the question shouldn't be, what do we think about these people? Instead, let's ask this question. Why are they inspired by the letter? In that letter, bin Laden justified his violence, effectively arguing that Muslim countries in the Middle East are victims of oppression by occupiers. Of course, it goes after Jews, claiming, quote, the creation and continuation of Israel is one of the greatest crimes, and you are the leaders of its criminals. The letter notes that our tax dollars, quote, fund the planes that bomb us in Afghanistan, the tanks that strike and destroy our homes in Palestine, the armies which occupy our lands. Now, if some of that language sounds familiar, it's because it reads like it was written by some left-wing college professor or a socialist squad member. It levels the same criticism against Israel that we're hearing right now. Bin Laden's worldview is precisely the one that's been pushed onto kids as they made their way through high school. As I write in my new book, What's Killing America, out now, the indoctrination has been happening for years, and it's been happening under the noses of parents who, up until COVID remote learning, didn't realize just how extreme educators have become. After 9/11, this country was united. The same way, by the way, Israel is now united. At the time of the letter's release, it didn't ring true to anyone. It wasn't celebrated. It is now, because the messages have been put in front of generations of Americans to believe that hate. It explains why they're so quick to ignore, downplay, or justify murdering babies and raping women or staging headquarters in hospitals. This is the power of propaganda. It demonizes and dehumanizes the perceived enemy. Right now, that enemy is Israel and Jews, but keep something in mind. These schools and radical educators, they view the U.S. through the exact same lens that they view Israel. And that disdain for this country and its institutions already propelled Antifa and BLM radicals to riot on our streets, destroy buildings, beat and kill political adversaries. God forbid we suffer a terrorist attack here at home. If we do, don't expect unity. You'll have an army of voices saying we deserved it as much as Israel deserved the attacks on October 7th. I'm Jason Rantz.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
The Black November Mega Sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 43% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Innovative and inspiring, you'll love GE appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, November 17th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram. The radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist, our associate producers. Fired up, ready to go. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
We made it.
Woo.
Weekend is upon us.
Almost.
Gregory.
So if you're on the YouTube right now, all right, I think it just updated.
Oh, what happened?
No, there's a picture of The Rock and Joe Rogan up there.
Oh, that's funny.
Yes.
Yeah, they join us this morning.
Yes. They're going to sit in and do the 8 o'clock hour with us.
Love it.
It was amazing. We had to bribe them, compensate them, but they said, what the hell, let's do it. We've heard this show's pretty cool. So we got a lot of good stuff to get to this morning. Fake news media, failures and accountability. We need to out the media yet again in a multitude of ways. We will do that this morning. Also, some very interesting polling numbers when it comes to Nikki Haley. Joe Biden, Xi, Gavin Newsom. We also have, from Wednesday night, as we know, protesters that tried to, raise chaos in front of the DNC headquarters in Washington, D.C. And now Democratic lawmakers are coming out and saying they were more scared than they were on January 6th. But I was told it was mostly peaceful. Why would police officers be wearing gas masks? We'll get to that as we continue throughout the show today. Also, a few people in Hollywood say, you know what? If Donald Trump wins re-election, We're moving out of America. Good. Go. Leave. Nobody wants you here anyway. A lot of good things today. This is going to be a good show. But before we get to all of that, and of course a loaded cut sheet, we get to the news. Round number 1, 6:04, Friday morning. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. Yeah, this Friday morning, November 17th. Enjoy today's weather. That's my headline. Unseasonably warm weather this morning. But I'll tell you when the cool change comes in, especially for a big event that's happening, that's starting some road closures this morning. We'll talk about that one. Outrage in the Colonial School District after a controversial social media post concerning Israel's military was made by a board member. And obviously, well, at this point, it has since been deleted, but it was made by Dr. Jamina Clay. So Dr. Clay has submitted her letter of resignation saying that the post, she didn't want to distract from the work of the school district or the school board or the district. This is the Colonial School District. She claims that it was actually to draw attention to the conflict in the Middle East. That's not exactly how the community took it. Many people thought that it was just a hateful anti-Semitic post yesterday from Dr. Clay, who's a member of the Colonial School Board. They felt it was shocking, incredibly hurtful to Jewish members of the community. And her statement, they say, was intellectually dishonest, hateful, and frankly un-American. That's just a compilation of some of the statements at this very passionate, emotional meeting as the community came out for the school board meeting and discussed all of this. So at this point, she has resigned that position, but she will continue to serve as assistant superintendent for the school district of Philadelphia, where she actually oversees 10 schools.
Oh.
So we'll follow the...
What was the post?
The post, I'm just trying to see if I have the full thing.
Is it even readable on the air?
They've deleted it.
Yeah.
They've since deleted it, so I don't have the whole thing.
Nice to know, though, that she can hate the Jews and still be in charge of 10 different schools in Philadelphia. That's very refreshing.
I can see her 15 hours ago. I can see that she has a statement on. I'm looking at Facebook. I can see that she's saying, as many of you are aware, I recently made a post on my Facebook page where I intended to draw attention to the conflict in the Middle East. Upon reflection, though, after having conversations with loved ones and friends, I understand my choice of words may have caused harm, but I can't find the post.
Okay.
So I'll continue to look. I was looking for it earlier, and it will appear because I have no doubt that one of these angry parents screenshotted the thing.
Oh, yes.
But at this point, I don't have the actual post.
You know, these teachers, whether it's Facebook or these stinking TikTok videos, just stay off the internet. All right, just teach people. As Greg Stocker would say, not everything needs to be on Twitter.
Yep.
These teachers are on there like they're social media influencers or activists. Just shut up.
Well, to your point, this individual has obviously she's a PhD, has a high level of education. She should have a brand manager like Greg Stocker, who would have saved this job.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the education level, because it's where are we seeing most of the anti-Semitic commentary come from? The world of academia, right?
Yeah,
especially
not
the
very
Ivy
enlightened.
League. No, I'm told these are the smart people. Okay.
Oh, boy. So we have a bunch of education stories. There's another one that within the past 24 hours, the Department of Education, this is on a federal national level, announced that it has launched an investigation into 7 schools across the country, but including our area, after receiving complaints about alleged incidents of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia as well. So this investigation includes 5 cases of anti-Semitism and then 2 Islamophobia cases. This according to Department of Ed officials at the federal level. So locally, because they're across the country, but locally it's Lafayette College in Pennsylvania and then the University of Pennsylvania, which we actually knew about, the U of Penn one.
Well, Lafayette's in Easton, PA. It's my hometown.
So you know it well.
Yeah.
The other ones are, Cornell University in New York, Columbia in New York, Wellesley College in Massachusetts, and the Cooper Union for the Advancement of Science and Art in New York City. So to your point, you know what I thought about that these are supposedly the most enlightened places, and not exactly that image of deplorables wearing MAGA hats in rural areas.
Yeah, exactly right.
Right?
Yep.
So it's just something to chew on.
So in the last couple of weeks, we hear that Israel and the Jews are bad, Osama bin Laden good.
Yes, correct. If you're keeping track of the insanity, that's the way the scoreboard reflects.
I don't know what world I'm living in.
I know.
Now. It's so messed up.
Yes.
I want to curse. Can I curse?
Yeah.
At 6:09.
Be my guest. I'll hit the dump button for you. I'll dump you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to Greg's point, that TikTok video with the letter to the terrorist Osama bin Laden, that thing is, that's.
Yeah, we'll get to that at 7:45.
Yeah.
I have all the audio of that.
Nothing like praising the mastermind who slaughtered 3,000 people.
Gosh.
Yeah, way to go, people.
And in Bucks County, I'll just update you, and this is the focus of local media, both broadcast and print, that now the new board in Bucks County that we've talked a lot about, this is the Central Bucks School Board in Bucks County. So now they are announcing they're considering some kind of a legal challenge to the severance package of departing superintendent Abram Lukabaugh. They say that contract or that severance package actually violated state law.
It's like $700,000 or something, isn't it?
Well, part of it is that it's well over $200,000 because in that school district, I guess all of them, maybe in Pennsylvania, Greg, they get, if you don't use your sick time, you roll it over.
Yeah, that's right.
He worked there 20 years.
Wow.
I mean, we all dealt with this in our different unions over the years, and most corporations, most unions have gotten rid of that because of this. Because you're looking at $250,000 because the guy never called in sick.
Yeah.
In 20 plus years.
Yeah, he's like Dom Giordano.
I love it. Well, let's get to a lot of news this morning, obviously, but I do want to tell you about the forecast because I think you're going to love it. And we do, of course, have Eagles coming up within the next few days. So we're all getting ready to wear our green. But the forecast is a stunner, nearly 70 degrees. Some of you will feel South Jersey actually 70 degrees. In Philadelphia, more like 68, 69 degrees. But a beautiful, mostly sunny day, absolutely gorgeous weather. And get out and enjoy it because, unfortunately, we have a big change coming in the weather. So tonight, the rain moves in. Tomorrow morning, there'll be some sprinkles and so on. And then that cold front moves in. So we're looking at tomorrow's not as bad as initially they said it would be, 57 degrees tomorrow. So we're looking at basically mid-50s for your weekend. But today is a stunning weekend for sure.
It was gorgeous yesterday.
Oh, my
Yes,
gosh.
it was.
That
Loved it.
sunset last night.
Amazing.
I was driving by, I was over by Pastorius Park in Roxborough, where the cliff kind of is, and wow.
Mm-hmm.
So some stunning sunsets for
That's
sure.
okay. It's all going to go away just in time for another ugly Saturday.
It's not as ugly as, it's not a double bagger. It's not as ugly as we thought. My brother.
6:12 on a Friday, we went double bagger.
In tribute of my brother, John.
Oh, get ready, folks. This next 3 hours and 48 minutes could be wild.
Kayal Company News Live.
Thank you very much, Dawn. 6:12. Let's get to one last big take of the week.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
All right, the big take this morning, fake news media failures and accountability. Another day, another round of fake news and media failures. Whether it's news media or sports media, the American media continues to embarrass itself when it comes to truth, neutrality, and journalistic integrity. We literally spent Thursday's show discussing the Sixers story about Kelly Oubre and had to call into question some of the reporting and why more media members just seem complicit in taking everybody for their word and not doing any due diligence. The sports media world could use more Howard Eskins and less fanboys that are team shills. But yesterday, 3 stories broke that encompass news media and sports media, from CNN to Fox Sports to national and local media, both in news and sports when it comes to Major League Baseball and the world of politics. But let me start with the least egregious of the 3 and work my way to the other 2 stories that are far more important. Carissa Thompson is a sideline reporter for Fox Sports, having covered the NFL for many years, and also a studio host as well. She was on a podcast for Barstool Sports yesterday, and she made this shocking admission. Listen and watch.
And I've said this before, so I haven't been fired for saying it, but I'll say it again. I would make up the report sometimes because A, the coach wouldn't come out at halftime, or it was too late. And I was like, I didn't want to screw up the report. So I was like, I'm just going to make this up because first of all, no coach is going to get mad if I say, hey, we need to stop hurting ourselves. We need to be better on third down. We need to stop turning the ball
Pressure
over.
the quarterback.
We need, yeah, exactly, and do a better job of getting off the field. Like they're not going to correct me on that.
Right.
So I'm like, it's fine. I'll just make up the report.
It would be very funny if you were like, yeah, so I just spoke with Arthur Smith at halftime, and he said Bijan Robinson blew smoke in his face, and that's why he's not getting the ball.
Michelle Tafoya, one of her former colleagues for NBC, who has left sports media as a sideline reporter and now talks about news and politics on a daily basis, roasted her yesterday online, as well as many other female sideline reporters. And the reality is this: if you couldn't get a quote from a coach or conduct the interview, you just tell your producer you had nothing to offer and avoid doing the sideline hit on television altogether. Pretty simple to me. Now, look, in the grand scheme of things, is this a major issue? No. Those interviews are usually an epic waste of time anyway, but here's why I bring that up and why I lead with it before getting to the other two stories. If sports media is willing to lie to you over something very trivial, what do you think the news media is telling you or not telling you or flat out lying to you about? That's the point, which leads me to CNN. They just can't get out of their own way, and they flat out refuse to tell you the truth. I guess their motto is never let facts get in the way of a good slant, or as Dawn would say, media bias by omission. And it occurred yesterday again for CNN. At 11:11 a.m., CNN posted on social media the following update to a story that we have called them out for in the past. And the headline reads, quote, "Arrest made in death of Jewish protester who fell and hit his head," end quote. They did it again. The guy didn't fall and hit his head. He was assaulted by a pro-Palestinian protester, which resulted in this poor man hitting the concrete and dying. CNN was immediately squashed on social media and tried to do another stealth edit with the new headline reading, quote, "Arrest made in the death of Jewish protester in California after confrontation over Israel-Hamas war," end quote. They still won't say it. Even with the correction, they still can't come to the reality of reporting this properly without a slant or omitting facts. Confrontation? Disgraceful. Here are the details. A 50-year-old man has been arrested in connection with the death of a Jewish protester who fell and hit his head during pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian protests in Southern California earlier this month. The Ventura County Sheriff's Office said in a news release on Thursday, Loé Al-Naji was arrested Thursday on suspicion of involuntary manslaughter, and his bail will be set at $1 million, the news release said. Al-Naji was arrested within the hour and does not appear in the Ventura County inmate roster. CNN trying to determine if he has legal representation. And we talked about the man that he killed. Paul Kessler, 69 years old, died after suffering a head injury following the interaction with a pro-Palestinian protester during the rallies on November 5th. It is unclear what interaction Kessler and Al-Naji had before the incident. And that is the latest press release from CNN, who continues to butcher this. It's no wonder CNN is tanking again in the ratings with their coverage of the Middle East as they are being crushed by Fox News and MSNBC. And finally, speaking of tanking, Major League Baseball, the city of Atlanta, the state of Georgia, the Braves, and the mainstream media, as well as left-wing sports media, should absolutely admit their failures and take some accountability for what they did in 2021. Big news coming down yesterday as Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred said the Major League Baseball All-Star Game will return to Atlanta in 2025. This after the sport yanked the Midsummer Classic from Atlanta just 2 years ago in 2021 over allegations of Jim Crow 2.0. If you recall, Joe Biden, as well as two-time election denier Stacey Abrams, claimed that Georgia's election integrity law was making voting more difficult for minorities in urban areas. Of course, the media ran with that as fact, yet it was completely untrue. The craziest part of all of this was that they moved the All-Star Game to Colorado, which has far more voter restrictions and regulations than Georgia does. But it is returning in 2025, so I guess Jim Crow just magically vanished. The reality is that blue states such as New York actually have more restrictive voting regulations than red state Georgia.
News media and sports media, they all took this to social media and they cried about the injustices which never really existed. Brian Kemp, Republican governor of Georgia, tweeted the following yesterday, quote, Georgia's voting laws haven't changed, but it's good to see the MLB's misguided understanding of them has. We look forward to welcoming the All-Star game to Georgia. Go Braves. Countless small businesses, as well as urban communities, were crushed financially by losing out on the All-Star game in Atlanta. It is a big attraction, a lot of tourists and people from all over the country that take a summer vacation, and those businesses and communities were negatively impacted by Major League Baseball's terrible decision to yank the All-Star game from Atlanta. And this was a story that I talked about when doing sports for Odyssey in Atlanta at the time in 2021. But of course, nobody thinks about this. Nobody goes next level. It's always entry-level outrage. Major League Baseball shouldn't have listened to the fans or the media and actually done some real research and realized that Georgia is a very easy state to vote in. And to top things off, Georgia just had a record-setting voter turnout in the 2022 midterm elections. But this will continue to happen. CNN, sports media, and all of the other clickbait, lazy, garbage left-wing journalists who pose as writers, but really are nothing more than activists today, will continue to do this, and the left will continue to fall for it. Further proof, yet again, how dead journalism and media really is in America. But it's a good thing you still have stations like this that point out the false narratives, omissions, and flat-out lies. And that's the Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reactions, you can do so. 855-839-1210 on Twitter and Instagram at 1210WPHT. Or, of course, on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reactions to all of the media mishaps from yesterday, as well as putting a bow on Biden and Xi in California, as well as what Joe said about Gavin Newsom. That's on the way. It's Kayal and Company, Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Businesses to watch.
Armin's Red Tag Bonus Cash is back, and Armin Chevrolet is giving you freedom of choice. Armin Chevrolet is leasing a new Equinox LS or a new Trax LS for only $199 per month. 24 months, 10,000 miles per year. That's right. Choose either a new Armin Equinox or a new Armin Trax for only $199 per month. Visit ArminChevy.com for details on Armin's 35 available Equinoxes and Armin's 55 available Traxes. That's ArminChevy.com. Hurry. Red Tag Bonus Cash ends soon.
Businesses to watch.
Armin is proud to again be the #1 Chevrolet EV dealer in Pennsylvania. The incredible new 2024 Chevrolet Blazer EV has just arrived at Armin, and the affordable Bolt EVs are arriving daily. Visit ArminChevy.com and click on the Electric Future tab to learn more. Find new roads to Armin Chevrolet, where dealership meets friendship. Trax MSRP $21,495. Equinox MSRP $28,035. Tax, tags, bank fee additional $36.99. Down payment to its signing requires currently now sold. Nature Bank approval ends 12/4/23.
Is it a good time to buy a home or too late to be selling your home? Are we facing a global financial crisis like in 2008? And what the heck is going on with these interest rates? Diane Cardano-Casaccio from the Cardano Real Estate Team with all the information you need to know about the current housing market. First, stop listening to the mainstream media. Next, call me or go to my YouTube channel for my predictions and advice. I predict home prices to go up and inventory to rise when the interest rates come down to at least 5.3%. But Thanksgiving is coming. Put all your worries aside and meet me at the Abington Firehouse Tuesday, November 21st to get your free Thanksgiving apple or pumpkin pie, courtesy of me and my team. From 9 to 5, we'll give out pies to our loyal 1210 listeners. Also, get my report on why this real estate market is not going to crash, as well as get a signed copy of my home selling book. Reserve your pie at getfreepie.com. getfreepie.com or call 215-576-8666. See you there.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. With NJ Diet, it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can shed that fat. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or visit njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And the great people at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door or window you buy, you'll get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match the savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Well, you save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier for you to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. Offers for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Could you be the person who gives a kid their forever family? Across Pennsylvania, kids in foster care are waiting for a family of their own.
My name's Keyshawn. I'm 17, and I want a family that will love me for me. I'm tired of moving, and I'm ready to accept someone in my life to have them as my forever family.
Meet the kids and learn how you can become a foster or adoptive parent. To learn more, visit adoptpakids.org. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Rutgers. Live coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on 1060 a.m. News, traffic, and weather is always on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM and the free Odyssey app.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. Across the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, this is the season we gather together with family, friends, and neighbors. It's a time to celebrate all we've achieved and look forward to a new beginning as another year approaches. At PNC, it's also a time when we celebrate and thank everyone across the region for putting your trust in us. From all of us at PNC to all of you, happy holidays. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Look at you. Your life under control. Errands done. Be proud of yourself. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? So many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? Maybe a tasty baked pie. No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake. So choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake. Accept no substitutes.
This is Larry Steinhetz of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You
Kayal Company, 628. Good to have you in on this Friday. Going to be a beautiful, beautiful day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It was not a beautiful day yesterday for the media, from CNN to sports reporters to everybody in both news and sports media that was totally wrong 2 years ago with their rush to judgment on the Georgia voter restriction and regulations that proved to be a big nothing burger. I got to tell you, though, the sports media one blew me away yesterday. I couldn't believe that. I'd be like the equivalent of Dawn going to a Central Bucks School District board meeting with the intent of interviewing a mom or somebody from Moms for Liberty, never having the time to actually speak to these people, and then coming back here the next morning and making a total fabricated report that never happened, and those words never came out of that individual's mouth. And I just tell you, too, the CNN one, I feel like this Paul Kessler guy, 69 years old, he ends up getting into a physical altercation. This pro-Palestinian guy essentially is responsible for his death, and CNN can't really just report it the proper way. Again, like Dawn, you talk about it all the time, media omission, bias by omission. I mean, you're legitimately not painting the right picture for the American public. And again, protecting these pro-Palestinian people. I don't get it. I just don't.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It just shows me so much about this individual because she didn't take her job seriously.
Oh, you're talking about the sideline reporter?
The sideline reporter.
Yeah. And then coming out and publicly saying it. Like, yeah, I've said this before and I haven't been fired for it, so I'll say it again. Sometimes I just can't get to the coach, so I report back to the American public a contrived interview that never happened. And I just use basically, generic buzzwords as if the coach really told me that.
But I think that what was telling about that interview was that when she was speaking about it, she said, you work so hard and you get all this background information. You talk to the players and the coaches and you're all prepared. And then you only have, 24 seconds. And then your sideline report isn't even on camera. Mm-hmm. And I thought, so it's all about you getting your FaceTime.
That is correct.
And we all know people who are like that, right?
Yep.
So that, I remember in journalism school at the University of Minnesota, Minneapolis, and this one adjunct professor said, who's here because they want to be on TV? And these two, like, I hate to say it, but stereotypical, girls up front, like all made up and stuff like that, like, me. And you could tell the professor was like,
Uh-huh.
But, but that professor tried to instill in them the importance of freedom of speech, freedom of press, and just how important it is to understand that when you are reporting, whether it's sports, whether it's news, whatever that is, somebody's telling you a story and entrusting you to tell it. And likewise, that viewer or listener is trusting you. And
this is why people don't trust the media.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My grandma used to always say, a thief is a liar and a liar is a thief.
That's correct.
And that's what this individual is. She's a low-quality individual and does not have integrity.
Nope. 855-839-1210, the phone number. So it's been an interesting couple of days out on the left coast in San Francisco, California, both for Gavin Newsom, Joe Biden, and Dictator Xi. A couple of stories that we can get into here. First of all, Biden, this from the Washington Examiner, headline reading, Biden stokes Newsom presidential buzz at APEC event alongside the California governor. And he basically is saying, Gavin is running a shadow campaign and he kind of wants my job, or he can have my job. I think he said, quote, he can have the job I'm looking for.
Well, didn't Tony Bruno predict this?
Yeah, Bruno did predict this.
He said on Wednesday on the show that the discussions were going to start in San Francisco with this APEC meeting.
I mean, do you think it is so obvious and a done deal and a formality that Biden already knows that he's done? Like, do you think he's either been told that or he's arrived at that conclusion himself, like, and legitimately knows that he's just one and done and this is the swan song final year?
I don't know. I still believe this. Look, I was on record months ago saying that I don't believe it's going to be Trump and Biden.
You did say that.
But I'll believe the Gavin Newsom hype when I see it. Right now, I hear a lot of speculation. I know the Washington Examiner wrote about it. I know Clay Travis was talking about it yesterday. Tony Bruno said it on this show for the last 2 weeks. I just don't. He's gonna leapfrog the first vice president of color, the man in the woke party. He's really gonna do that.
Is in your opinion, is that the biggest roadblock preventing him from doing it?
Oh, absolutely.
Because he's going to be then labeled racist. He's sexist. Once again, the good-looking straight white cis male gets the gig in America. But also kicking Kamala Harris to the curb. We've talked about this before. As far as if Joe would ditch her, so to speak, it would be a public admission that DEI fails. She's the face of it, right?
Yep.
She shattered the glass ceiling, and she's going to get leapfrogged by a guy in California who, by all accounts, when you look at policy and effectiveness, he's the opposite of DeSantis.
Well, this has to be walked back very carefully because the Democrats know that if Joe stepped aside and Kamala ran, it would be the end. They have a better chance with Gavin Newsom. They know that, but it also can't look like he's like, we don't trust this woman of color.
Well, yeah.
So for this white guy, you know what I mean? I don't know.
This is what happens, though, when you play the identity politics game, because now you become your own worst enemy.
Yeah.
And you end up being the violator of what you advocate for and against all the time, with every single piece of nuanced conversation on any subject. I mean, we all know that Gavin Newsom is not a good governor in California. Cost of living, the crime, the homeless, it's a disaster in that state, especially in the city of San Francisco, which is probably even worse than Los Angeles. But he would absolutely make a better president than Kamala Harris. I think Don Stensland, I think Anthony DiRenzo would be a more qualified candidate than Kamala Harris. But you're right. They have to tread very lightly with this.
They have to cut a deal.
Yeah.
So Democrats, I think, boy, Elizabeth Warren has got to be, America's mother-in-law, as Rich always calls her. But I just think, Elizabeth Warren is sitting here going, if they just chosen me as the Veep, I could handle this. There's probably so much consternation within the party, but they always seem to figure it out. And so what do they offer her? What do they offer Kamala Harris and Dougie, her husband? What do they offer them to make them step aside? Because it would have to be something huge.
Right. All expenses paid trip to Gaza?
Stop.
I'm sorry.
But you know what I mean? But to your point, seriously, it would have to be, it would have to involve prestige, but it would have to involve, that show me the money.
That's correct.
Moment, right?
Yes.
What could that possibly look like?
I know. And they've got a lot of different things to massage. They got to massage the Kamala factor, the Joe factor. Is it coming up with just some sort of contrived, ridiculous excuse to wiggle out the back door? It's certainly going to not be including anything with classified documents, because that story came down yesterday for Joe as Biden. I love the way the New York Post framed this. Biden expected to face harsh criticism, but not be charged in classified document probe. Joe, we will not charge you. Robert Herr speaking here. You will not be charged, but you will never do this again. Do you understand me? We will not tolerate what you did. You understand, Joe? All right, now go on your way. Go on your way. You're all done.
Go stand in the corner, Joe.
Time out in the corner, Joe. Put your head down on your desk.
Corner?
Yes. So special counsel Robert Herr's team crafting what they say will be a report on Joe Biden after this months-long probe that is expected to be sharply critical of the 80-year-old president and his staff's handling of sensitive materials, but isn't expected to charge anyone over the matter. And, of course, we all remember the graphic image, Joe's Corvette in the garage door up, and zoomed in on many people's camera on that picture, that graphic image that was posted on social media. You see the big cardboard box behind the garage, or in the garage behind the Corvette with all those documents. That will lead to nothing. And really, it's the conclusion of three things, and we all know this, and we knew this was going to be the case. You've got the DOJ in your back pocket. We clearly have a two-tier justice system. We also have inept elected officials within the Republican Party that can't achieve anything. I'm not sure that some of these people from the House Oversight Committee, I'm not sure they could find breasts in an adult entertainment room if they walked in. That's how clueless this group is. So I'm not surprised at all by any of this yesterday. He's going to face harsh criticism. Oh, congratulations. So, meanwhile, Trump faces more stuff with Mar-a-Lago when it comes to classified documents. So, not necessarily apples to apples, I suppose, when it comes to current or former presidents and what they take with them to different pieces of property. And then lastly, on the Biden front, we'll put a bow on it this way. This is really something I think that kind of makes your stomach turn a little bit. It was bad enough 2 days ago on Wednesday when we saw all the Chinese flags that were flying in San Francisco, the motorcade coming around the corner for Xi. You would have thought that this was like a holiday parade over in China, but this was happening right here in our nation in San Francisco. So as they kind of wrap things up for their 2 days, Xi and Biden had a bunch of business leaders in the community, some of the most likable individuals you will ever meet, people that, I think this audience would love to drop $2,000 to sit next to, or maybe even a $40,000 tab if you want to sit at Xi's table. They included Apple CEO Tim Cook, Blackstone's Steve Schwarzman, BlackRock's Larry Fink, Bridgewater Associates' Ray Dalio, Pfizer's Albert Bola, and Boeing's Stan Deal. And you have one of the leaders, and I'll totally butcher this name, one of the CEOs of Visa, Raj Subramaniam. I think he was in The Big Bang Theory. And they were all present for this occasion, which was hosted by U.S. China Central Business Leader and Council members on U.S. China relations. And they all gave a standing ovation to Xi.
It's sick.
I mean, what? I guess I'm just really repeating what I said yesterday, but in a different setting. Why are we praising this individual?
Because all the business is done there.
Oh, I know.
You know what I mean? Like, we need China. They need us. It is this weird, abusive relationship where we know the other is cheating on us. Or beating us, and we just keep going back and back and back and back and back because we need to.
Yeah.
Because we have some vested interest in money or whatever. And we make excuses and we say, well, this is what we need to do because we need peace.
Yeah.
And we don't want to go to war, and we need to keep them at bay. And this is diplomacy. It's
decades in the making. This is part of what happens when you outsource all of your work to China.
We're bending over, and they're making us their B word.
Yeah, they are. They are. And you think about all these people, like I just mentioned Blackstone's Steve Schwarzman and BlackRock's Larry Fink. Those are guys, especially Larry Fink with BlackRock. You sit there and you say, well, why would Bud Light ever have Dylan Mulvaney on their beer can? Because guys like Larry Fink with these social credit scores of companies, we've talked about this before, CEI and CSG, and how your company rates and inclusivity and all this other stuff. All of that supersedes the fact that you could lose 30% of your market share like Bud Light did. That's all these companies care about.
Well, the problem is that it's one thing to do business over in China. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in right now.
Yeah.
But to give a standing ovation to a dictator,
I know
it is.
Guys, literally conducting a genocide.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really what he is doing over in China is no different than what Palestinians and Hamas wants to do with the Jews.
Yep.
They do not want Muslim people in the nation of China, which is the point of that genocide that has been going on forever now and is hardly ever gets any attention in the media cycle.
But aren't we all complicit?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, why don't we?
Yep.
We could easily, if we want to do all America and everybody just give up your iPhones.
Toss
just
your iPhone
give
in
up
the
your
sink.
iPhone.
No, not my iPhone.
And maybe that's what we should do. Maybe that is the answer. Can you imagine all the?
Oh man!
Oh my God! Like I can't live without my phone.
Uh-huh.
But seriously, 100,000 estimated Uyghurs in slave labor allegedly. We all are complicit in this, and we're doing nothing about it.
That's correct.
There's nothing. I mean, nobody's gonna give up.
Of course not.
The goods and stuff we get from China. So it's and God only knows. Like, can you imagine the people that make these phones? It's basically slave labor camps.
It is
probably.
It is.
And we're sitting here being like, oh yes, the new iPhone.
Yeah.
Let me see the titanium.
Yeah, iPhone 15.
It has 3 lenses and it's beautiful
camera. Yeah.
And not just that, we learned Well, what we learned in COVID, this could be a book, right?
Yeah.
But we also learned during COVID that how much we rely on China for our prescription medication.
Yep.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, we're not. It's one thing to say that we can, get off the teat of China, but we really can't.
This nation would crash and burn without China.
But do we need to give the dictator a standing ovation?
I know.
It's really kind of sick.
I know. Why don't we just make him the Time Man of the Year as well while we're at it?
Well, that's coming.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Well, in a sarcastic way, it is, because think about the victory for him, and then it was almost like you could take it as a sarcasm where you picture him in the back kind of giggling when he says, "And I gave him some pandas."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's we're such suckers.
Yep. Kevin Pools on the YouTube chat writes, ditch iPhones and buy Korean Samsungs instead.
Yes. Yeah, give me a bootleg Samsung Galaxy with all kinds of issues on it. 855-839-1210, the phone number. It was scarier than January 6th. So say Democrats. We'll get to that as we continue. Piazza Auto Group, though, they're scary. Scary good. It's been an amazing partnership, a great relationship. And one of the things that I love about working with the Piazza Auto Group is the extensive inventory that they provide. It's more than just 17 locations and 35 different brands. It's the newest inventory in a wide-ranging variety of automobiles. I stopped by the Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202. This was just about 3 weeks ago now. And they said, "Hey, I want to show you something. Why don't you check out this Hyundai Ioniq?" And I'm like, "The Hyundai Ioniq? What's that about?" It's the Hyundai Ioniq 5, and it's a 2024 that is all electric. And I couldn't believe that an electric vehicle could be so powerful. 320 horsepower, fully electric, 320 horsepower. That's 30 horsepower percentage points higher than my Honda Ridgeline truck. Pretty wild. And you get a 300-mile range on the battery. And also, the battery, for as far as charging goes, from as low as 10% right back up to 80, 90% in just about 15 minutes. And you can take advantage of a complimentary home charger and up to a $600 installation credit with a purchase or lease at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester, or check them out in Pottstown. Shop online. Check it out right now. Do it today. PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
It's Black Friday all month at Gerhardt's Appliances, and we're turning hot deals into straight fire. This LG Air Fry range in gas or electric for $7.99 is a hot Black Friday deal. But the same range with matching microwave and dishwasher for only $6.99 after rebate, now that's straight fire.
Whoa.
Just like this Samsung washer and dryer pair for $7.99 after rebate. Sure, you can probably wait in the cold for hot deals Black Friday morning, but at Gerhardt's, we've got the fire all month long.
Virtua Health is here for you, all of you. Here for the run-of-the-mills, the out-of-the-blues. Here for everything in between. And with our Rowan University partnership, we're here, rethinking the way academic medicine feels. Welcome to a more convenient, smarter healthcare experience. And that's more good for everyone. Find a Virtua physician or location near you at virtua.org. Virtua Health, now more than ever, here for good.
Life can get hectic. It's easy to lose focus and balance. It's time to retreat from the noise. Take a breath, regain your inner peace. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house. Our stunning 125-acre campus is the perfect place to step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, helping individuals live life centered on Christ. Go to malvernretreat.com to discover your journey. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
Hey, it's John Ritchie. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success, including enhanced mobile reporting, direct integration to delivery apps, 24/7 customer service, and so much more. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ can help. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gannon, METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company for over 30 years. METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance. For your child to help them succeed, all you have to do is visit online at METC.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 650 as we continue live Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. What's on the cut sheet? 7:45. Also, very, very good polling news for Nikki Haley. We'll get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. But as we wrap up the first hour of the show, we go back and look at what transpired. And yesterday we had more ridiculous protests. I believe we had protests here in the city of Philadelphia, in Center City, that was shutting down some of our streets, probably not too far from where we are headquartered at here. Also yesterday in San Francisco, I believe one of the bridges shut down completely with these pro-Palestinian protesters. And that continues from what we saw Wednesday night in Washington, D.C., following what Capitol Police characterized as an illegal and violent protest at the Democratic National Committee headquarters on Wednesday evening, where at least one demonstrator was arrested and 6 officers were left injured. And several Democratic lawmakers were actually inside at night that night when the protesters arrived, barricading themselves in front of the doors to prevent anyone from entering or exiting the building, which is, of course, illegal. You cannot prevent or stop the free flow of humans and their free will under your free speech rights in the First Amendment. One lawmaker said that the protest, quote, scared me more than January 6th. That according to Axios. Quote, police were wearing gas masks. This was not peaceful. Capitol Police revealed that injured officers and the injuries to officers ranged from minor cuts to being pepper sprayed and being punched. The protester who faced arrest did so due to assaulting an officer. There were roughly 150 people demonstrating outside the DNC, and it was reported that House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries among the numerous Democrats in attendance when chanting could be heard from the outside. So this is very interesting. And, Dawn, this is not a Republican lawmaker or a Fox News host or Nick Kayal or Dawn Stensland saying this. This is a Democrat coming out and, condition of anonymity, the whole thing. They were more scared than on January 6th, which when you go back and you look at a lot of the footage, you can certainly understand why. And I'm looking at the footage from it Wednesday night, a couple of different angles. Not one person got in on November 15th inside if they were trying to get in. Yet there were a lot of people that got inside on January 6th, and I just have to ask myself, now why is that? But again, let's stop with the left and their little catchphrase, their little buzzwords of mostly peaceful, because when you watch a lot of these pro-Palestinian protesters, they are not peaceful protesters. I mean, there is a level of vitriol and a level of rage. Yeah. I think if you're okay, I thought we were just watching it up on YouTube. Maybe that was not the YouTube clip, but you could tell that this is something. And I've said this, about a week and a half ago. I think this is a powder keg waiting to explode. And I do believe at some point very, very soon, don't know when, don't know where, actually a little surprised that it took San Francisco, of all cities, almost 6 weeks to have a protest that literally reached the point of shutting down the free flow of traffic. Like if you saw the video yesterday, the whole bridge was shut down. There was just cars backed up everywhere while these people ruined other people's days. It's just, that is infuriating, whether you're trying to get to work, get home from work. I mean, what if, God forbid, you were trying to rush to the hospital? What if somebody had a heart attack? What if your wife was pregnant and you're trying to take her to the delivery room to give birth? And you've got these madmen out there and women that are just shutting everything down, which is illegal. And as we saw Wednesday night, we had arrests that were made. Probably not enough. Probably had more people that could be arrested. And we'll see if they will be as diligent in their pursuit of these individuals that violated laws. 855-839-1210. All right, we'll come back, get to the news. Round number 2 is on the way, and Nikki Haley, her stock continues to rise as she is on a roll right now, even in the face of some of her comments and the nonstop assaults verbally from her buddy Vivek Ramaswamy. We'll get to that as we continue. Hour 2 next here on Kayal & Company.
Black Friday means amazing deals at Hessert Chevrolet. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on a new Silverado 1500 or $5,000 off MSRP on a new Chevy Traverse. That's an awful lot of green in your pocket on a Black Friday. Don't miss these deals because they won't last long. Get to Hessert Chevy today. Online at HessertChevy.com. Find new roads.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
Must have a compatible lease in household and qualify for leasing through GM Financial. Applies to select vehicles. See dealer for details. Offer expires 11/30/23.
Is the IRS after you? Do you owe them more than you'll ever be able to pay? Are they levying your bank account, garnishing your paycheck? Are you staying up all night worrying they'll take everything you have? Are they bullying you into doing something you know is wrong? If so, you need somebody on your side that's not afraid to go toe-to-toe with them. Somebody that's not afraid to fight them. Somebody experienced in beating them at their own game and helping you. That person is Charles Montesino. He's a certified public accountant and certified tax resolution specialist. He's one of fewer than 200 in the entire country with both designations. He's known as the tax problem solver because he solves tax problems. The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world. They don't always play fair. You need to even the playing field. Stop being bullied and get help from a professional that knows how to beat them. Call 609-970-4634. That's 609-970-4634. He's the taxpayer's advocate. He works for you. That's 609-970-4634.
Hey, it's Rich Izzioli. Is there anything better than grilling with your friends outside in this crisp fall weather, tailgating, enjoying friends and family on a beautiful, crisp autumn day? Yes. Omaha Steaks makes it even better, and you can save big with 50% off site-wide during the Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale. And you get an extra $30 off when you use my name, Zioli, at checkout. 5 generations of family-owned expertise means uncompromising value and quality. And that's 50% off all your favorite tender, juicy, extra-aged steaks, like their butcher's cut filet mignons. Just go to omahasteaks.com today. Use promo code Zioli at checkout and get an extra extra $30 off your order. Remember, Omaha Steaks has all your fall cravings covered with 50% off site-wide during their semi-annual sale. I'm talking about endless flavors, endless combinations, and 50% off, but this will not last. So do it today. Go to omahasteaks.com. Enjoy all the delicious flavors and use my name, Zioli, at checkout to get an extra $30 off. Minimum purchase may apply.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, in the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city's on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds?
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This Black Friday, cozy up to the idea of saving on sparkling styles for the season and find great gifts at extraordinary prices for every budget at Cozy Jewelers, where diamonds are harnessed from around the globe, handcrafted by Cozy's expert jewelers right here in Delco for that beautiful sparkling gift under the tree. The 5 C's of diamonds: cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. So for a ring as unique as her, visit Cozy Jewelers Custom Designs in Newtown Square and at cozyjewelers.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, baby. It's Kayal and Company, 7:01 Friday morning as we kick off hour number 2 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Hit the like and subscribe buttons, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We would like to get to 5,000 subscribers by some point today. That would be cool.
It would.
Are we close? Probably like we were, 35, 40 away yesterday?
No, we were like 70 away
70?
yesterday, and I think we're at like 50-something now.
Okay.
Only got 20-something overnight. So, if you're watching right now, listening right now, please hit the subscribe button. Our goal is to get to 5,000 subscribers by the end of the day today.
That is correct.
We only need 50 people. So go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and hit the subscribe button, please.
Very simple. Very simple.
We just need 50 of you.
That's right. Nice round number, 5,000 going into the Thanksgiving holiday. It'd be a very cool
That's all I need.
accomplishment.
That's all I asked for.
There you go. Buy some merchandise, too. We got merchandise for
Okay.
sale. Buy the merch.
All right,
Just do everything.
You're getting gready now.
I am. It's
Yeah.
Friday. I'm taking my last shot here of the week. All right, 855-839-1210 to climb in. Cut sheet's going to be great today at 7:45. Also, some very good news for Nikki Haley. And also, we'll try to get to this before the cut sheet. If not, we'll get to it after. People still trying to float out the idea as we enter flu, COVID, and RSV season that you should maybe do your dining outdoors in the cold to avoid getting the trifecta of death. Yes, Bloomberg with a ridiculous headline and story.
What?
Go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say, I there's a part of me that does like dining outdoors.
Sure, when it's 70 degrees.
Well, no. A little crisp night, I'm fine dining outdoors, but it's not because I'm scared of getting whatever. I just
I like
just like it.
I like a nice cup of coffee on a fall Saturday morning when it's like 55 degrees.
Get the heat lamp out, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, but it's not because I'm afraid to congregate together at the table inside of a restaurant getting COVID. We're actually still doing this, so we'll talk about that story coming up. But let's get to some news, shall we? 7:03. Dawn's got the deets for round number 2, and here's the great Dawn Stensland.
Yeah, so in the news this morning, Friday morning, November 17th, big warm-up in the weather just for today, which is going to feel like a real treat. We are sponsored this morning by Consumer Cellular. So near Lincoln Financial Field, we have the report of, it sounds like something out of Rocky, out of the movie series Rocky, with the beef bandits striking. Yeah, these 6 suspects got away with more than $7,600 worth of frozen meat, beef specifically, from a big truck near Lincoln Financial Field.
A lot of cheesesteaks left unaccounted for, I guess. Yeah.
Searching for the beef bandits. But Philadelphia police saying these 6 suspects got these huge boxes, 15 boxes of frozen meat, happened this week from a refrigerated tractor trailer that was in South Philadelphia, just outside the South Philly Jetro, right near Lincoln Financial Field. So it happened overnight. Looks like they knew what they were looking for. We've heard, remember the Dimes story? So sometimes these trucks, they come in and maybe the truck driver's sleeping or that sort of thing. And so it looks like a targeted attack. They knew what they were looking for with regard to the what was in stock. Mm-hmm. But they say that it's 7th and Patterson, right near that warehouse, area. But the driver says he felt something shaking from the cargo area, so gets out of the truck to investigate, and then stumbles right onto the situation as it was unfolding. Masked men in the back of the truck, and these guys were, unloading these huge boxes. Mm-hmm. And maybe we're trying to be quiet, trying not to awaken the driver, that sort of thing, because it happened in the middle of the night. But they got away, loaded everything up into a big vehicle, into like a Explorer, some kind of big SUV, and got away with nearly $8,000 worth of the beef.
Frankie, take the Amorosa's rolls as well. Get the onions while we're at it.
It was so. This is happening more and more. I don't know if it was locked up, in a high quality way. Maybe they need to check their locks.
Yeah.
That's my only thought as to, these are investigated. Is it an inside job? Is the truck driver complicit? All of these questions police have to ask. But at this point, it really looks like a genuine situation where these armed bandits got away with it.
Could be some rogue employees from Arby's. They say we have the meats, so maybe they're trying to put people out of business.
We have a very tense public meeting, as this was there were protesters that some of them kicked out of this session at a Center City hotel as they talk about the new development, the proposed Sixers new site, and this is over in the Chinatown area, in Philadelphia's Chinatown. So a lot of protesters are against this. So they did kick out, I think, 2 people at least out of the meeting, and they were holding up these signs, zero cost to Philly taxpayers, who pays for infrastructure, et cetera, and claiming that only 11 jobs would be created, that sort of thing. But we've been covering these contentious meetings about whether or not it's a good idea to put the new Sixers, sites, the new Sixers headquarters, take it out of Camden and actually put it right in the heart of Chinatown. Mm-hmm. A lot of people concerned about that one.
Yes, indeed.
We've been following that for quite some time, and certainly the new mayor-elect, Terrell Parker, how she views this, that's critical to this question. We also have in the news, we've been covering for you all these school stories, and we talked about the Colonial School District. Kind of some shocking news out of there as parents came out, community members came out, and talked about, high profile Dr. Jamina Clay, who was there, who has worked there, and posted on social media what they call an outrageous, controversial Facebook posting in which she was talking about Israel's military and the situation there. This is Dr. Jamina Clay, who has since resigned, saying that she intended to draw attention to the conflict in the Middle East, but realized that her choice of words may have caused harm to many, and she did not mean to make that impact on the community. So I can't find that original post. I'm sure somebody has a screenshot, but they're saying it was quite hateful, shocking, anti-Semitic, and very hurtful, especially to Jewish members of the community.
I always love when they post these follow-up responses and they give their rationale as to what they were thinking at the time, and then they say, after consulting with friends and family. It's like you got to go to like all of these your little circle to realize how. And I haven't, like, to your point, I haven't seen the message either. But I'd love to see how obvious it was, what her intent was and what the message said. It's like, I don't understand how some of these people are so oblivious to what they're typing before they actually hit like submit and post.
Yeah, well, I think she thought that she could post whatever she wanted. So what's interesting is the school district of Philadelphia released a statement because she remains an assistant superintendent overseeing 10 schools here in Philadelphia. And they released a statement saying that, in fact, she has, under their policy and their contracts, that all employees have a First Amendment right to free speech.
Okay.
So she remains, on the job for Philadelphia, under the Philadelphia umbrella, no longer with the Colonial School District.
Gotcha.
And I'll just say that since we're on the First Amendment, a New York judge lifted that gag order that barred Trump, former President Donald J. Trump, from speaking out in the court. This is in his alleged fraud trial in New York City.
Right.
But a higher court lifting that gag order, saying that a candidate like Trump has a right to First Amendment freedom of speech.
That's right.
We can parse that one.
Now you can go back to posting on Truth about Engamoron. Which you'll probably have one tonight at like 2:45 in the morning.
Probably. Go to bed, Mr. President.
Go to get some sleep.
Please. We are sponsored in the news by Consumer Cellular, offering unlimited talk and text on every plan, starting at $20 a month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage. No contract, free activation. Just visit consumercellular.com. You can switch today. I will just tell you, in the forecast today, what a stunning forecast for today. Get out there, enjoy it, because there's a big change coming in the weather. So as we look at the forecast, we are seeing that today we're nearly 70 degrees. South Jersey, nearly 70. In the city of Philadelphia and beyond, 68-ish, but mostly sunny skies. The rain is set to move in, and that's later this afternoon into the evening. So it looks to be, they've just upped it. Friday, 70 degrees now. Earlier this morning, they had it for 68, but for Philadelphia, 70. So for your tomorrow, for Saturday, overnight, we get a little bit of rain. A cold front moves through. So tomorrow, more seasonable, 57 degrees with mostly sunny skies. And then for your Sunday, bright sunny skies, not many clouds even in the skies, but 55 degrees. So we do have this adjustment, if you will, in the forecast. So enjoy. I don't see another 70 for this may be the last day to enjoy it. What time is your
Well, we're not going to do it now.
Oh,
yeah,
what?
Yeah, Bill's got Christmas music stuff to do for the station down the hall. They started that again yesterday, by the way, at 9 a.m. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. On November 16th, we're playing Christmas music.
So now, because he can't golf with you,
I know, I'm bummed out.
You're going to blame the Christmas music.
I'm going to blame Christmas music. I blame Odyssey. I'm going to take a 3-hour nap today. I'm disgusted.
You cracked me up.
I will not play by myself.
Oh, my gosh. Well, maybe Nick will find somebody to play with.
I know. I'll put out the request on Twitter and get a listener out there.
Just a reminder that it's a big marathon weekend, so street closures begin today and run through tomorrow. So just remember that as you make your plans if you're in Center City. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Also, some interesting stories with Gen Z. We've got some stuff in the world of COVID. And now I want to get to Nikki Haley. I thought this was very, very interesting. You know, we've been looking at a lot of different polls with Trump. We've been looking at how elections look with a third-party candidate factored in, RFK Jr., Joe Manchin, Cornel West. But a new Marquette Law School national survey finds that Biden is trailing 3 GOP opponents, and this is very good news for Nikki Haley. So this courtesy of Marquette University and their law school poll. Their national survey of registered voters finds that President Joe Biden is trailing against each of the top 3 potential Republican candidates, with former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley leading Joe Biden by a whopping 10 points.
What?
10 points. 55 to 45%. Former President Trump leads Biden by 4 points, 52 to 48. And even Ron DeSantis leads Joe Biden by 2 points, 51% to 49%. So we always say, and I think it's fact, every time that Trump gets indicted, every time there's new cases brought against him, he surges in the polls. I'm actually at the point now where I think the takeaway is the more Vivek Ramaswamy goes after Nikki Haley, the better she does in the polls. And I think, I said this yesterday, polls are different than Twitter. Everybody on Twitter is pro-Vivek and saying that he is absolutely right. Nikki is this, Nikki is that. Nikki's a swamp creature, a warmonger. She's the Republican Hillary Clinton, the whole bit. I've seen all these people with big followings on social media that are all in Vivek's corner, and Nikki is the last thing that we need in this country. And yet, when you look at the polls, America is liking her.
Polls lie.
I'm just saying.
No, I understand.
Contrast.
It is interesting. I just feel like these... You know, the Marquette poll is super interesting, especially the 10 points with Nikki. Can we name one poll that has been right in the last couple of years?
No,
honestly,
right.
I'm honestly saying that. Do
Yes.
we know any? I've seen things on Twitter that said the polls pretty much predicted what would happen in the 2023 outcome, and I was just like, what polls were those? Because I didn't see any of them.
That's right. And if you think about it, each poll, well, it's 1,500 there, it's 1,700 there, it's 3,400 people here, and you know they keep doing them. I don't know if it is just such a small sample size, if people are just lying, what it is, but they're just not a reliable indicator.
I'm just interested to see. I'm so looking forward. When is the first vote going to be cast?
What are you talking? Oh, January 23rd.
Yeah, for primary.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how well
9 weeks away
a lot of these people do.
Yep.
And how accurate these polls are.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I know, and this gets down into the weeds, but in other words, New Hampshire. So the fact that, like, I think in New Hampshire there was a poll last night where Chris Christie went into third. But think about New Hampshire. Think about their governor, Sununu, is like really moderate. So I can see where somebody like Christie New Hampshire might go. I think each state, if you read into it very carefully, each state is different. So I can, like, Iowa seems to be, those individuals, farmers, very different from folks in New Hampshire, where I think it's much more moderate.
It is. Yep.
So I don't know. I do try to look, to your point about the polls. I don't trust the polls anymore. But I think that you can look for trends, you can look for patterns. The fact that Nikki Haley, I mean, let's just face it, she's solid.
I know.
Even though we can say what we want about her, but she's solid. And she's a big name out there, and I think that she holds her own. And not for nothing, but she looks, and I always say not for nothing, but
here we go.
She has the look.
Oh, of course.
She has she looks to me like, okay, I can see her as the president of the United States.
We've said the same thing about Gavin Newsom. He's got the look, right? He's got the coiffed hair. He's got the look. Who's that, Roxanne?
Yeah.
We got Greg singing.
I just, you're both 100%. Like, Nikki Haley is solid. Come on, guys.
She is, though.
Okay.
She is. She's solid.
Like I said, I think she's my top choice now that Tim Scott's out. She's my top choice for Veep.
my God.
I don't know. I just ultimately, honest to God, any of the people on the GOP stage right now, even with Tim Scott still in there, are so much better than what we've got.
You're both high.
Any one of them is better. No, I'm really serious. What we have right now is a disaster.
It is.
Nimrata.
Nimrata Nikki Haley.
Nimrata.
She takes her middle name.
I want to keep calling her that.
Yeah. You know Trump wants to as well. We've got Nimrata over here. She's a Nimrod. Can't call her a Nimrod. All right. 855-839-1210. I don't do a great Trump. I got to work on that. I should really start spending more time.
That was actually pretty good what he just did.
I think it sucks, to be honest.
It was absolutely terrible.
We got to get our boy back on again before the holidays.
Yeah.
He's so good.
He is great.
Yep.
All right, coming up next, we're going to get to a couple of things in the world of COVID, a ridiculous article from Bloomberg, but also Senator Johnson from Wisconsin is coming after Tony Fauci. The details as we continue on Kayal & Company Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Is it a good time to buy a home or too late to be selling your home? Are we facing a global financial crisis like in 2008? And what the heck is going on with these interest rates? Diane Cardano-Casaccio from the Cardano Real Estate team with all the information you need to know about the current housing market. First, stop listening to the mainstream media. Next, call me or go to my YouTube channel for my predictions and advice. I predict home prices to go up and inventory to rise when the interest rates come down to at least 5.3%. But Thanksgiving is coming. Put all your worries aside and meet me at the Abington Firehouse Tuesday, November 21st to get your free Thanksgiving apple or pumpkin pie, courtesy of me and my team. From 9 to 5, we'll give out pies to our loyal 1210 listeners. Also, get my report on why this real estate market is not going to crash, as well as get a signed copy of my home selling book. Reserve your pie at getfreepie.com, getfreepie.com, or call 215-576-8666. See you there.
There's nothing like football season. And this year, fans in Philly can listen to Penn State football free. Catch every Nittany Lions game live with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free on the Odyssey app. Every touchdown, every tackle, every win. All right here. To get started, download the Odyssey app today. That's AUDACY. And search for WPHT. Available for Philadelphia listeners only.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Communications are down in Gaza again due to a lack of fuel, and the UN says this is halting cross-border deliveries of humanitarian supplies. Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is being sued for alleged rape by singer Cassie. A person in Haddonfield, New Jersey is arrested for driving recklessly on the sidewalk.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You've heard me talk now for years about Chapman windows, doors, and siding. I think the world at this point of the Chapman family team, Mike and Mark Chapman, started their business, two brothers, started this business in Chester County decades ago, and just men of integrity. Their kids, their family, and as the family has grown, the business has grown. They have done amazing work, beautiful work in my home, and certainly making it more energy efficient with those patio doors and window replacement in the foyer area. So I only trust Chapman and their team. You know that. But you may not think of the Chapmans right away for siding and stucco remediation. You should. It's an incredible investment in your home. So think Chapman if that's what you're thinking about, either removing your current stucco and then replacing it with siding, or maybe you just want to change things up for curb appeal reasons. Whatever that is, if you want to update with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding, this would surely add true value and beauty to your home. Obviously, whether you're going to stay in your home or whether you're going to maybe sell your home, maybe you're thinking about adding to that curb appeal, right now is a great time to get ahead of the ball. Plan your siding project now for upcoming 2024. Certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on the job. So if you or maybe somebody you know or love is looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, hardware, stucco remediation, just give them a call. Text them 610-431-8898. You can text them as well. They're listening right now. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Calling on Sewell, New Jersey to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 724 Friday morning. Hopefully all of you off to a great start. Maybe a 3-day weekend. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Just about 20 minutes out from What's on the Cut Sheet. Very, very good edition coming up on Friday. Some say it's the best edition of the week. Also, still ahead this morning, Morning Mystery movie clip. Great prize for you, $50 gift card to the Metro Diner. And a lot of other good stories. I've got a nice little variety here from some Gen Z absurdity. We've also got a lot of updates. A Bud Light update, a Simpsons update, a Tim Scott update, a Paul Pelosi update, and a Florida teacher update. If you recall the story of the teacher that took the Nintendo Switch from a 6'4", 270-pound boy that basically obliterated this poor teacher like she was Joe Burrow on Thursday Night Football. Just an awful story with what this lady's having to endure in her life now.
By the way, if you're if you're watching on YouTube, the boys in the back just put up a poll on the YouTube chat. Is Nikki Haley a solid candidate?
Oh.
Yes or no? Right now, what do you guys want to guess?
I'll say 78% say no.
You're very close, 80%. 80% say no
Come
right
on.
now.
But if she were not running against Trump,
right?
In other words, if she drops out of the race tomorrow, and Trump says, "I'm considering her for a Veep," then rethink that. So when I say she's solid, I mean overall.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is she somebody that Trump should put in his pool for thinking about as a Veep? Yes, I think so.
I agree.
Totally
agree. And always fade the public. If 80% are on one side, go the other way. You'll probably be on the right side.
It's just what attracted voters to Trump is the polar opposite of what Nikki Haley brings to the table.
Which is what she's battling against Vivek, because Vivek has some of the Trump attributes, so to speak, right?
Yeah, he's
outsider.
He's like a Trump mini-me. You know what I mean? Like he's like, look, I can take on the media too. Look at me. Oh,
yeah. And it's funny. We talked about, and remember this. We're going to go down a rabbit hole here, but that's fine. This is just coming out of the blue. What did Piers Morgan say over a year ago when he had Ron DeSantis on his show, he was like, Ron, people are saying you are the Diet Coke to Trump's Coke. You're Trump light, right? DeSantis, he's just a mini-me of Donald Trump. Honestly, if you think about it, Vivek Ramaswamy, far more similar to Trump, outsider, businessman, incredibly wealthy, the whole bit, whereas DeSantis, more in line, if you want to say swamp creature versus outsider, he's more like Nikki Haley from that standpoint of, being in politics, career politician, but also if we're looking at it on the scale of, from moderate to conservative, there's nobody really more conservative in this race right now than Ron DeSantis. So you can look at it a million different ways.
Exiled Kraken says, even with Dawn's added explanation, I'm a hard no. No more rhino globalists.
Okay. Well, I don't. Well,
Okay. I mean,
Nikki's got some conservative qualities to her. I don't.
yeah. What bothers me about the media coverage is that ultimately they don't want the media in particular. They don't want to admit Trump's the man. Trump is the candidate. He's the man. In my mind, there's nobody else.
Right.
And if you look at the polls, that is consistent, even though the patterns when you look at the overall pattern, nobody comes close.
Nobody's coming close.
And so I think that you have a rock solid part of the country that says Donald J. Trump should be president again, will be president again because he's authentic. Even her social, Nikki Haley, now she walked back part of that, you played it yesterday, talking about she thinks that, we should, ban TikTok or this and that. She says things like that. Trump, you can criticize Trump for saying things that are maybe blustery or that sort of thing, but he wouldn't have said something like that because he doesn't think that.
Right.
And that's the part of him that's he just says it like it is. And you know it when you see it.
And he's been impenetrable so far. Like nobody has been able to land a blow. Trump, you know what Trump is? If you go back to the movie Independence Day with Will Smith, remember when that big thing kind of just flew across the top of the city and the president and Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum were trying to penetrate it and they couldn't until they uploaded the virus, and then finally the rocket got through and it obliterated it? That's Trump right now. Nobody, they need Vivek. Vivek doesn't want to go after him. DeSantis swings and misses. Christie's literally said, I'm going to try to knock Donald Trump out, to be the tough guy bully. That has failed. Everybody's kind of carved their own path. Nobody's made an indent. None. 855-839-1210.
Love your description.
You like that little Independence Day mention? I don't know where that came from either. I'm on one today. All right, Cut Sheet's coming up at 7:45. And if you're getting ready for the holidays, get ready to eat outside. You might get COVID and die if you sit inside for too long with family. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. I'm telling you, the Eagles at Kansas City on Monday, the Monday night game. It feels like it's been 6 years since the Eagles played last. The money line bet is right now is Philadelphia plus 120. Plunk $5 on that, and you'll win $150 if the Eagles win. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. You can bet on everything from spreads, player props, over-under, so much more. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg right now and sign up. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline bet required. $10 for a deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
New studies show that two very common menstrual cycle disorders are associated with an increased risk for heart disease. One of the studies finds that girls ages 13 to 17 who have polycystic ovary syndrome have a 30% higher risk for high blood pressure. The second study shows that women under age 50 with painful menstrual periods, called dysmenorrhea, have a notably higher risk of heart disease. Dr. Harmony Reynolds is a volunteer with the American Heart Association.
It's clear that factors specific to young women may impact their future cardiovascular risk. This is one more reason that a woman's annual appointments with her gynecologist and asking about heart disease risk factors such as blood pressure, sleep, diet, and exercise are important to her overall health. Early intervention saves lives.
Polycystic ovary syndrome affects about 1 in 10 women of childbearing age. More than half of women who menstruate have some pain for 1 to 2 days each month. The studies were presented at the American Heart Association Scientific Sessions 2023, sponsored by the American Heart Association.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements' unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50 to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
Boy, are the Eagles fortunate to have Jalen Hurts as the face of the franchise. One of his biggest attributes, aside from his obvious talent, is the even keel he exhibits, both on and off the field. He does his required media stuff, but he simply isn't comfortable speaking about himself. But when the lights go on, Monday night, he'll show what he's made of. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a Main Street bank, PNC strives to put our clients and the communities we serve at the center of everything we do. Our local leadership teams provide the knowledge needed to be able to deliver effective strategic solutions tailored for your business. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. See how we can make a difference for your business at pnc.com/CIB. The PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., all rights reserved.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$7:35, Kayal and Company rolling on Friday morning. Nick Dawning, Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Just about 10 minutes out from what is on the cut sheet. Always look forward to the Friday edition of that. Yeah, we're getting closer and closer. Thanksgiving upon us, and you're going to be congregating with family members, maybe traveling, taking some time off of work. Maybe you're out all of next week. Maybe you don't return until the following Tuesday, something to that effect. And, you know, we're going to see, I think, what did we hear from AAA? We're predicting this will be the most traveled holiday since pre-pandemic, 2019. We seem to hear that every year for the last couple of years. And Bloomberg News with an article talking about whether or not it is still the right thing to do about indoor dining being too dangerous because of COVID, and if you should actually eat outdoors. I'll never forget the visual images of, I guess this would be the winter of 2020 as the year rolls into 2021. So we're 9 months in, 10, 11, 12 months into the pandemic. Remember the videos that we were seeing around the country of school children sitting outside in December and January, like under like little picnic tables under little pavilions on school campuses, and it was to avoid the large settings in the cafeteria. And how, I mean, I don't know what will be the most, we should maybe do a poll on this one day. What will be the most lasting, ridiculous image that you will remember of the COVID days? Is it, the sand being poured into the parks, the yellow tape where you were told not to go on the swing sets and things like that? Maybe the disinfectant stations that were set up in gyms. Remember how we put these little glass dividers in between every treadmill? We did a lot of really, really stupid stuff. Like, and you still see them from time to time. There's still, grocery stores or, a pharmacy where they have the little glass divider between you and the person, as if like airborne respiratory particles don't go over glass windows or around it, like you're really protecting yourself. So Bloomberg, this is courtesy of Outkick. Bloomberg recently posted a newsletter on the safety or dangers of indoor dining in response to a question from a reader. And it's as bad as it sounds. The question comes from Emily in New York, who asks, with COVID on the rise, is it safe to dine indoors, especially in local restaurants in New York City? Maybe the biggest joke of all time was the vaccine passports to prove that you were vaccinated so you could enter a restaurant or gym, as if that really mattered at all. And Bloomberg responded to the question by posing the question back to the reader. To go back to the question, quote, of indoor dining, ask yourself this: how worried are you about getting sick? The response read. And are you vaccinated and boosted? Will you be around loved ones with risk factors, such as illness or age, that make them more likely to become severely ill? We're really doing this. We are doing this again in November and December of 2023. Yes.
Are you shocked?
I'd like to say no, but it's still, I mean, I'm talking about it and I'm a little triggered by it. I'm like this lady on TikTok when the cop pulled her over.
Once we started the mask stuff, we could not put that mustard back in the jar.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Mustard. Exactly.
Yeah.
When you ask, what do I remember most or picture most, it's my kids. It's especially, and they were in private school, which was way better, but my youngest son in middle school.
Yep.
And trying not to cry because, he loves sports, couldn't work out, couldn't play with the team, school year demolished.
Yep.
That's, I think, for parents, grandparents, caregivers, I think that's the biggest image. And as well, they couldn't, visit their grandpa, who's out of state. I think that is what strikes at our hearts, is our kids, grandparents, loved ones, senior citizens, elderly folks.
Yeah.
And that is something that, truthfully, Nick, I kind of hope that they go there, because if they do, that because we always forget. We always forget things so quickly. That will be a great reminder to everybody heading into the next upcoming election, what leadership looks like. You know what leadership looks like? Leadership looks like your kids being able to live and breathe.
Yep. And you talk about letting us forget about it and not they don't want you to forget about it. They really don't want you to move on from it. And there's still some things that are in practice today that were created during the pandemic, or at least I think they were. Remember when restaurants got rid of menus and went to the digital version where you basically would come in and scan the barcode or the QR code at the restaurant, and you would pull up the menu that way because they didn't want to have you touching the menus. And then they got rid of those menus, or some places that have paper ones that they reprint, and now they do it as a cost-cutting measure. Like when I go into a restaurant today and I see these places, I'm like, can I get a menu? They're like, oh, yeah, just use the QR code. I'm like, no, can I get a menu? Can you give me the physical menu? I don't want the digital copy. I don't want a digital newspaper. I want to hold my newspaper. I want to hold my menu. I want to feel it and smell it and romanticize with it. Not this other.
You're lonely.
I am. Hey, but one other thing that I think is very interesting.
Thank God you're going to see your family next week.
The whole week, folks. I'm off all of next week, by the way. So you will not hear me. This is it. I'm going out. I'm spilling my bucket today. I'm giving you everything I have, and that's it.
Please don't spill your bucket.
They also, in this article written by Ian Miller from Outkick, he talks about the concept of safetyism and how it is kind of taking over in America, because he references how Bloomberg also quoted a supposed expert who engages in some of the most remarkably neurotic behavior you'll ever read about. So one of these people that writes for Bloomberg says that she carries a carbon dioxide monitor with her when going indoors at all times to see if the building she's about to frequent is well ventilated.
It's awesome.
Wow. Well, she could, you know what? She should carry a big fern with her too.
Yeah.
You know, because plants help.
Yeah.
Maybe a tree.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And carry that around.
Yeah. I mean, now look, some people have always had, certain neurotic behaviors. Some people are germaphobes. I used to work with a guy in radio who never would shake hands. He just never wanted to touch your hand. He would occasionally give you a fist pump if you were lucky.
I don't love to shake hands either.
Yeah, I'm not a big handshaker guy either, but it's not because of the germs. It just feels like a kind of an antiquated concept. I do it. You know what I really do shaking hands? I do it with the company I'm in. If I'm in with the older generation, people that will be my dad's age, I still do it. But I think the shaking of the hand is kind of, I don't want to say it's jumped the shark, but it's clearly more generational. I don't think Gen Zers are big handshakers. I'm not sure that millennials are either. Like when I went to that breakfast back in May with one of our listeners, and I met the individual who was a 99-year-old veteran. Like, first thing I did, I got up out of the breakfast booth, stood up, shook the guy's hand, took my hat off. It's like you play to your crowd certain settings. Like, that would not fly. So some of the Gen Z mindset and mentality wouldn't fly with that 99-year-old man. And by the way, that man almost broke my hand because he had one hell of a handshake. I'm like, you, sir, are a true American hero. Safetyism, a very interesting concept that I think has been kind of put into the spotlight more in the post-COVID world that we are living in, although Bloomberg doesn't want you to forget that we are still in a COVID world. All right, 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. We'll get to some of these other stories on the backside of the cut sheet, including Cher and Barbara Streisand saying that if Donald Trump becomes president again, they can't live in this country anymore. We'll get to all of those stories. But right now, it's a Friday. It's always a great edition. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Friday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We're now about 47 subscribers away from 5,000.
Come on, people.
I mean, look,
thousands of people listening.
I see the numbers. There's way more. There's a lot of people. There's more people watching right now on YouTube. So please hit the subscribe button. Our goal is to get to 5,000 by the end of the day today. So please help us do that. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button right now. Yes. Go. Do there.
Do it now.
Do there.
We will not ask you for another thing the rest of this calendar year.
All right. I've been waiting to get to this. Over the past 24 hours, thousands of TikTokers have been posting where people share how they just read Osama bin Laden's infamous letter to America, in which he explained why he attacked the United States. The TikToks are from people of all ages, races, ethnicities, and backgrounds. Many of them say that reading the letter has opened their eyes and they'll never see geopolitical matters the same way again. Many of them say it has made them reevaluate their perspective on how what is often labeled as terrorism can be a legitimate form of resistance to a hostile power.
Okay.
Dawn said earlier this morning how as time goes on, people forget. This is scary.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's scary.
Yeah.
And
it's a shame because the slogan for 9/11 is never forget.
Do we still teach this in schools? I'm being dead serious. Like September 11 just passed 2 months ago. Right. Are we still learning about these things? Like, do we still have moments of silence? Do we still do that in schools? Is it still a thing?
Taught. I would hope so.
I would hope so as well. Here's a little compilation of some of these psychopaths who need to be locked up.
Yep.
Cut 5, guys. Go.
And actually, before you even read the letter, I did want to mention, in reading the letter, I could only think of this tweet that I saw the other day. Under settler colonialism, any kind of resistance is branded as terrorist because the only acceptable violence is violence by the occupier. So please keep that in mind when reading the letter.
We really need to stop paying taxes because they ain't doing nothing but messing up everybody else, and America is the bully. And it's sad because they have brainwashed us to think that we was the best country on the planet, when in reality, we're the worst country on the planet.
Then
it
leave.
is just insane because this letter is so well written and so reasonably structured in an argument.
Look at this psycho.
Like, you got to present your findings. You got to, you got to state your cause, all of that. Like, everything he said was valid.
Valid.
Not valid. Valid.
Apparently, The Guardian, that I guess it's a website, I don't know if it's a paper or whatever, had a copy of the letter to America posted online. But once these TikToks went viral, The Guardian took it down, which has only led to more interest in the letter and conspiracies from TikTokers who say this is part of the media and the powers that control it trying to silence the truth.
Okay, so we had a bunch of different people there, different races, genders, religions probably, all with one thing in common: BBS, broken brain syndrome. These people are sympathizing. It's one thing if you are pro-Palestinian. It's another thing if you're pro-Hamas. It's another thing now where we are saying, Osama bin Laden has enlightened us and shown us the path to resistance by orchestrating flights to be flown into a building that killed almost 3,000 Americans. I mean, come on.
Let me ask you guys a question. We take sometimes, and news media does this as well, we're guilty of it too. We take we always say social media is not real life. So we're guilty of taking things that we see on social media and being like, oh my God, look what thousands of people are doing on TikTok or YouTube or Twitter or whatever, and pretending like this is how an entire generation feels. Are we doing that with this?
I don't think we are, because I am still, and I've said this countless times since October 7th, and I'll reiterate it again, I didn't realize how many people in this country truly were anti-Semitic. The levels to which people have gone to voice their hatred for one group of people is staggering. And it's not even just one generation. Yeah, it's Gen Z we're talking about now because they're on TikTok. Yeah, it's millennials in college or professors or these Ivy League dweebs. But I mean, this ranges from, I don't know, 13-year-olds all the way up to people in their 60s or 70s. The hatred and the sheer volume of it. And we just saw, I gave you the poll yesterday. If you thought that we were going to start going in the other direction where there would be more support for the Israeli cause, according to that poll, it's lowering in America. So we might not have even have seen the sheer raw numbers of people that are truly anti-Semitic come out of the woodwork yet.
Yeah, I agree with you, and we see a lot of these protests and stuff happening, and it's this bizarre world where Israel is the enemy and the Jews are the enemy, and now Osama bin Laden is a hero, or speaking truth to power,
right?
And it is scary because you do see, I mean, look, these protests that you see, even though, the media doesn't like to cover the fact that 290,000 people showed up in D.C. for a pro-Israel rally.
Right.
And these pro-Palestinian rallies are in great numbers, but they're usually not as big as that.
Right.
That one we saw, I mean, in the UK maybe they were a little bigger. But, yeah, it's this weird underbelly of society that is kind of bubbling up.
Yep.
And it is, social media makes it 1,000 times worse.
Yeah.
Because people are stupid.
Yep.
And they look at something they see on TikTok and they're like, oh, this must be true.
You're right.
On social media.
You mentioned it's bubbling up. This is like the ooze in Ghostbusters 2 that comes bubbling up to the surface and spews out into the streets of New York City. And you're literally seeing this, and I love the way you framed it with what the media doesn't cover. The media did not do a great job of showing 300,000 people in support of Israel, but I think the raw number was about 290,000.
Yeah.
But yet if 290 people wearing a red hat show up anywhere, it's wall-to-wall coverage. It's amazing how, Dawn, you talk about it all the time, media bias by omission. It's just, and where does Gen Z typically get a lot of their news from? Their phone, social media.
It's not just Gen Z, though. We're guilty of it, too. You're guilty of it, too. You're guilty of it, too. We're all guilty of it.
No, I'm not guilty
yes,
of it.
you 100% are.
I do not get my news from Twitter.
While we've been on the air for 2 hours, how many times have you tweeted, Dawn? How many times have you tweeted in the last 2 hours?
That doesn't mean I got my news from...
Okay.
I'm actually responding to people, but I don't get my news. That's not my source.
But it's my point being the certain sources that you use. Like, there are a lot of young people that get their news from Yahoo or Apple or certain left-wing mainstream sources that you're really not getting. Like, you got to go beyond, and like that's why I think on this show we do a good job with different sources. I mean, I'll just rattle through them right now, and some of them are conservative, some of them are liberal. So on the conservative side, Outkick, New York Post, Fox News, the Daily Mail, the Blaze are some of the sources I use. And then, but I still use, The Hill, which is kind of a mix of both, but certainly more left. I mean, there's times where we've mentioned Wall Street Journal. That leans more conservative. But I give you stories from CNN, MSNBC. Heck, we play Monday morning on the cut sheet. Most of our cuts are coming from mainstream media shows, from the left. So I think, I'm all for consuming different opinions with sources.
So what do the first responders think of this newfound love for Osama bin Laden? This is John Field. He's a 9/11 first responder. He was on CNN Abby Phillip show last night. Abby Phillip show last night. Responding to what he's seeing now. Obviously, he's not happy about it. Cut 8, guys, go.
Foundation, John Field. John, the reason we wanted to talk to you today is because you were there on September 11th. You lost people near and dear to you. And now you see on social media, I guess presumptively young people, kids, some of them, lionizing this Osama bin Laden letter. What are you thinking tonight?
Well, one, thank you for having me, Abby. I'm never going to call anybody dumb. I mean, we've all done dumb things when we were young, but I'll call them ignorant right to their face. And we're witnessing ignorance at its highest form right now. TikTok was ignorant and reckless. The influences were reckless and ignorant. And, Osama bin Laden didn't die enough for me. I have 5 tattoos dated on my back, and the day he died is tattooed on my back. This is the most evilest man to ever walk the earth. And he killed over 3,000 family members that didn't go home that day, that didn't go home to their families. Those people still, many of them, haven't had closure. But it's not just those innocent lives that were lost. It was the 343 firefighters, the 23 NYPD, the 37 Port Authority. And then the following years of all those veterans who went to war, who died in combat, or lost a leg, or has PTSD, or has a brain injury. Osama bin Laden is still being felt today. His violence, his evil, his pure hatred for mankind is still being felt today. And now it's being picked up recklessly on, listen, I get social media. TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, everybody, most people, look at me, I did this, I do that, I do this. Good for them. I do it too on Twitter. I'm not on TikTok. But we have a responsibility. I'm a kidney donor to a complete stranger. That's how you influence others to do good. You don't post crap that was written 2 decades ago by a maniacal, twisted, evil piece of and then say it's okay. You just don't.
There you go.
Awesome. I love that. Rack that guy. What a statement.
I'm glad, kudos to CNN for having this guy on, because I think more people should hear that and less of, what these numbnuts are saying on TikTok.
That's the scary part, is you have this younger generation that are sympathizing with Osama bin Laden and Adolf Hitler, two of the most evil men to ever walk planet Earth. And we have this generation of activists and advocates now. And it's really embarrassing because I don't think they truly understand what they're advocating for. And you sit there and you hear them talking about colonization and things like that. And you almost have to give them a history lesson on the history of the Middle East and the wars and the battles between Arabs and Jews. And then obviously you go back to Hitler and the bin Laden thing. I mean, I'll never forget that. The Phillies were playing on Sunday Night Baseball the night that Obama came on TV and said, "We got him." And, it didn't matter that night if you were a Phillies fan. I forget who the Phillies were playing. I think it was the Cardinals. In that stadium, it was at Citizens Bank Park as well. You didn't care about anything else. It was just a moment of sheer, I'll say celebration.
Yeah.
Because this is the guy that, started all this nonsense and this jihad years and years and years ago.
I don't know if you guys saw this. CBS's Gayle King, she had the father of an 8-year-old Israeli girl being held hostage by Hamas on the CBS morning show.
You have to watch this. So I hope people go to because you have to see this man's face.
No. You said it 100%. I'm glad you said it. Thank you for saying it, because this is actually right up your alley, Dawn. This is the tone from CBS's Gayle King here, Nick, is just like so. But what about all the Palestinian children dying and just like you should see this guy's face, like you mother. Cut 7, guys, go.
But now this seems to be all about politics. What do you say about that? You have innocent children in Palestinians who are dying, innocent Israeli children who are dying. And no one seems to be able to say, enough, stop that.
I'm not interested in politics at all. My only concern is getting Emily back.
Oh, my God.
Emily, his 8-year-old little girl who's in the hands of, Nick, you have little girls this age. I can't even wrap my brain about the worry. This man probably hasn't even slept.
Right.
And Gayle King, my God.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear what Oprah, Oprah, the queen of great interviews and compassion during interviews, but the level of apathy for this woman, who's an intelligent woman, to sit there and spew off that crud, and his reaction, he puts his hands up to his head, and you can see that just the pain in his face as he's thinking, "Oh my God,
did you really just ask me that?"
Yeah.
Making it political and then leading with the question. If we could go back and maybe just play her question. I mean, it's Palestinian kids and Israeli children. Look, nobody wants to see innocent kids killed. We get that, but the way you positioned it and framed it was just a very poorly constructed question.
I'll play the entire clip over again. Cut 7, guys, go.
But now this seems to be all about politics. What do you say about that? You have innocent children in Palestinians who are dying, innocent Israeli children who are dying. And no one seems to be able to say, enough, stop that.
I'm not interested in politics at all. My only concern is getting Emily back.
I would have been. He handled that much better than I would have. I mean, I would have been like, I don't give a rip about bleep. I just want my daughter back. I mean, and this man actually had the composure, and I don't know how you remain composed knowing that your daughter is allegedly being held in captivity from Hamas.
I would love to see, this is, we've said this on the show too, this is the only war that has happened, that the media does this both sidesism. I've never seen it before.
It's staggering.
But what about all the innocent casualties? Yeah, you know what? There are innocent casualties in World War II.
Yes.
There were innocent casualties in Vietnam. There were innocent casualties in every single war we've ever fought. It's one of the, I hate to say it, but it's one of the realities of war. There's going to be innocent casualties.
Yes. It's just staggering.
But, to your point about how he answered the question, think about now, he probably hasn't slept, hardly. It has no idea if his daughter's even alive. Is she fed? Is she hungry? Is she cold? What have they done to her physically? How is she? And so he's devastated, probably a bit in shock, as you might be. But at the same point, think about what Gayle King, what position she just put him in. Because at the same time, he doesn't want to answer in a wrong way that could get Emily harmed.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So because he knows he's on television, and he knows that his daughter's kidnappers and captors could see this, so he can't react in any other way, and she's forcing him to pander in this way amid his pain. This is like, in the world of being an interviewer or journalist, this is blasphemy.
Yeah, I agree.
This is horrifying to me.
And how long has Gayle King been doing this? 3 decades now?
At least.
Yeah.
Shame on her.
I would hope that, and TV is different from radio, but I would hope that somebody, some higher up there, took her into their office and just this is a bad look for you.
I know.
This is terrible.
But this is,
look what you just did. We're doing this both sides, this both sidesism that we don't do for anything else.
No.
What are you doing?
And it's not just one network. It's CBS, it's CNN, it's NBC, it's MSNBC, it's all of these mainstream outlets. I mean, I just talked about the media malpractice in the Big Take today with CNN with the Paul Kessler story. I mean, they arrested the guy who ultimately is responsible for his death, and they don't even try to put it in the headline that this was a manslaughter case, basically.
Yeah.
He slipped and fell and banged his head. No, he didn't.
Yeah, we're really trying to explain away what is happening.
Yeah, I don't know what's more nauseating, the fact that we keep kissing Xi's keister.
It's a great point.
Or the fact that we're just trying to explain and rationalize what Hamas is trying to achieve here.
Because we, as a society, we have learned, or somewhere along the way, some people have learned to be weak. That's what this all is. This is weak. You know what's strong? What's strong is to say to Hamas, what did you think was going to happen?
Yep.
Did you think we were going to stand by and let you go door to door and do this? Did you think America was going to let that happen?
Yep.
What other alternate world are you living in? And so absolutely 100%, we as a country, as America, we are saying Hamas terrorists, we will not tolerate this, because guess what? We also know that if we in any way embolden them, they're coming here.
Yep.
And quite frankly, some of them are already, probably, according to the FBI, already here, thanks to the Biden's open border. But no, this is all weakness.
You're right.
This is all look at these TikTok videos. When I look at these, beautiful young women, the one main influencer who has like a gazillion followers, to me, what I look at, I say, this is so sad to me that you were raised to be a sheep. You were raised to be someone who you do not possess critical thinking skills.
None.
And this is going on, and Nick, you have little girls.
Oh, yeah.
And so there's something going on, especially with girls, that they're basically grooming girls to regress decades, if not half a century.
Yep. And you made a good point, too, about the southern border and not knowing what terrorists are in this country. And Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI, has told you, we can't really tell you much and we can't guarantee anything. National security, I feel really comfortable knowing that.
You mentioned G and the meeting yesterday or the day before in San Francisco. We played the clip yesterday of Joe Biden calling Xi a dictator.
Yep. From
a reporter asking the question. The media not happy about that. They are not happy about that. This is a little montage put together by, I think, Newsbusters, ABC, CBS, blasting the Biden administration, Joe Biden, for damaging setbacks by calling Xi a dictator. And then hop on over to YouTube because we're going to have a video of Tony Blinken, who is who. As soon as Joe Biden says it, you can see the wince in his face.
You could see part of his soul
it is amazing. So first we'll play the montage, and then we'll play Tony Blinken's face. So get on over to YouTube if you haven't done so already, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Cut one, guys, go.
Signs of a potential thaw in relations between the U.S. and China. President Biden met with Chinese President Xi Jinping in California yesterday, their first time in a room together in more than a year. They announced agreements on issues like the fentanyl crisis and military relations. But there was a setback afterward when President Biden made a comment about President Xi.
President Biden called the discussion some of the most productive and constructive the two leaders have ever had at a summit where every element was carefully choreographed and negotiated right down to what Xi Jinping would see when he looked out the window. But that setback you mentioned happened when the president was speaking off the cuff, reiterating his belief that Xi is a dictator.
How damaging, if you can put it in context, was this dictator comment that President Biden said off the cuff near the end of things?
Do you think that'll put a halt on the progress that was made?
No, because China needs us right now more than we need them.
But we heard Chinese officials reacting to the dictator comment, saying it's extremely wrong and irresponsible. Didn't that sort of, I don't want to say negate the goodwill that we made yesterday, but doesn't that put a little bit of tainted, just a little bit? Will there be a cleanup on aisle 6 today from the White House?
You know, President Biden has been more candid than I think most people would prefer in his administration right
now. Moments later, President Biden was asked if he still believes that President Xi is a dictator, and Biden was blunt, saying yes, he is, that he is the leader of a communist country. That is not sitting too well with the Chinese this morning, who are calling that comment extremely wrong and irresponsible.
Any concern that comment from the president is going to undo any progress you made?
No concern at all. I mean, we had a really good set of discussions yesterday, George, on a lot of topics.
Wow.
It is extremely accurate of what Joe has said, and it is irresponsible because this stooge cannot go off prompter, and it's words like that that's going to get us into conflict. Joe technically is correct, but you can't say that part out loud.
Can you not, though? I'm curious to see what you guys think about this. Do you think that he said the correct thing, or do you think that he should have not said that?
I look at it from this standpoint of we were told that all of this that is unfolding under Joe Biden's watch was going to happen under Donald Trump. Oh, if you elect Donald Trump, he will lead us into World War III. We're closer to World War III than we've ever been, and it's because we are 3 years in to the Biden administration. Yes, of course, yes, Xi's a dictator. Of course he is. But, dude, Biden, just this is why they don't let you out. This is why you take scripted questions, because when you don't read what was written for you, even when you have stuff written for you, you can't make it out. You can't pronounce a name. He's a disaster. And the whole sanitization, too. You talk about how they had it choreographed there in that clip where the guy said, we had it down to what Xi would see when he looked out the window. This was all a theatrical staged production from top to bottom. From the cleaning up of the tents and the camps and the homeless to the power washing down of the subway. This was all a big ruse.
I will say that I think, on one hand, it might be a little irksome, but in truth, Xi is smart enough to know, he's been around, he knows that Biden's running for president, wants to sound tough. He knows the game. But what Xi was there to do, look at all of the leaders of the major corporations. What Xi is really trying to do, and it goes back to our cell phone, where the phones are made, and the Uyghurs conversation earlier this morning, which is, Xi wants to make sure that Apple and all these different countries don't move their labor as they've been doing quietly. They've been moving all the operations to India because India has been doing quite well, and they have this huge, over 1 billion people, and they have this huge untapped population. And so, for iPhone especially, they've that iPhone 14, more of it produced in India. So Xi wants to say, no. Come back to daddy, come back to China and do business with me. And as well, I just always look at this and say, oh, well, Biden did the deal with fentanyl, and Xi's going to make sure he cut that off. Well, we all know when the fentanyl began, it began as a punishment because Trump was tough with China, art of the deal on the tariffs.
Super tough.
So what did we give up? That's my big question here. What did we give up in all of this to get some pandas and to get China to stop pumping nasty, deadly fentanyl here? Because something tells me on this one we got the short end of the stick.
Yep.
Yeah, I disagree that I think that I'm actually glad Biden said that. And I think
And that's what he wanted. That was the goal.
Yeah, I feel like it was the right message to send.
So you think it's a moment of strength?
No.
Well, no. I don't think it's a moment of strength. I think he forgot what he was saying and said the quiet part out loud. But I am glad that he made the mistake and said that.
Okay.
Even though most in his administration are not. Tony Blinken is the prime example of that. We have a close-up of his face. So you can hear the clip we played yesterday in the background where he calls Xi a dictator, and you can see Anthony Blinken's face, and how he winces as soon as he says that. He almost looks like he's going to cry. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. Cut 2 guys go. Oh, wait, hang on. Everybody just stop.
I actually have a couple of pictures I'm going to send to the boys if they can post this on YouTube as well.
Stop. Cut 2 guys go.
Mr. President, after today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that you used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is the guy that runs the country that is a communist country that is based on a government totally different than ours.
I know that look. It's a look of like, oh, you just made my job so much harder.
Yeah, as a brand manager, you've been there, huh? So somebody saying something that they probably shouldn't have. I sent a picture to the boys in the back. If we could put this up on YouTube, there's a 4-picture box from End Wokeness on Twitter. That's almost like a montage of still shots of Anthony Blinken's face. And it says, the headline is, every time Biden opens his mouth without a script, a part of Blinken's soul leaves his body. Remember when he was standing behind Joe as they were on Air Force One, and he was like peeking out of the corner, like he was hiding?
Yep.
There's that one. There's the one when they're sitting at the table on Wednesday before their meeting with Xi. And then there's yesterday. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that, whoops, Joe, clean up aisle 7.
One more time, boys. I want to play this one more time. Cut 2 guys. One more time, go.
Mr. President, after today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that you used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is
You can see his face. It's like, oh, sorry, guys.
That's actually the same face David Dorenzo makes every time Anthony screws up. I mean, and Blinken's no bargain either. We know he's another stooge and a puppet, but he's sitting there thinking, man, you're making my life and my job a lot more difficult, sir.
Yeah. Look, I understand that from a public relations point of view and from we all need to live on this earth together. I think that's what Xi says. But like it does make it more difficult to say that. I just, we can't. I mean, we started off the show this morning talking about how it was despicable how all these business leaders gave him a standing ovation.
Yep.
We can't bow down to China.
No.
We just can't.
We can't, but we keep on doing it.
Yeah, and Joe Biden has been a career politician for more half a century or more. And so even though sometimes he may not know where he is or he's shaking hands with an invisible person, in his brain, he's a career politician. That answer he gave was the answer I think he felt as a candidate for, he's rerunning for president. He's campaigning.
This was choreographed. He knew what he was doing.
Well, I think that it was a no-brainer in the sense that that's the way he had to answer.
Okay.
Because he had to look tough because he's aware of what he's being ripped on. But they all had to suck up to China because it's fragile right now.
Yeah.
We've got the Middle East, we've got Russia, we've got Ukraine, and obviously he's talking about Xi because of Iran and Tehran and all that's going on there. And so it is delicate, and they've got to do a little dance here.
Let's also be honest with everybody, and Trump has been on record saying that Xi rules China with an iron fist and how it's something to admire or something to that effect. So it's just
That's right.
All politicians do this, and it's kind of sickening.
The difference is that Trump gave compliments, right? Trump did not do what Biden just said with the dictator comment. Trump did the opposite.
And then Trump was criticized by the media
He was
for praising
ripped
Xi.
because he said that Vladimir Putin, and he talked about Xi, right, and Little Rocket Man. So what did he do? He showed them respect, which is what they wanted, respect. They're like singing Aretha's song, right?
Yep.
They wanted respect. But what else did Trump do? His actions were very different from his complimentary, respectful words, because in his actions, he did not give it up for us. He was tough. He stood up for the U.S. of A with our businesses and so on and so forth. And he was tough with the deal.
She's good.
I guarantee
just out of
you.
curiosity, how? Like, give me
with
the tariffs.
With the tariffs, it was a huge problem in this country, and it's back again. Where, in other words, what China does is they basically, you have a company here. You employ thousands of people. This is a true story that I'm telling, and it happened over and over across the country in America. So China comes in, they take your copyright, they steal all your stuff, they make it in a factory over there in China, and they start selling it. You go in a copyright court and say, yo, you stole my authentic stuff that I created. That's mine. And you're undercutting my business. They come to you and say, well, you can go through the court system, but we're still going to sell this on Amazon or wherever. So guess what? Why don't you sell to us? You don't have to hire all those people. You don't have to have 5,000 people in the factory and the overhead. We'll pay you a boatload of money, and we'll create it for you, and you'll be able to sit back.
Did it work?
You betcha it did. I personally have a friend whose business this happened to. So I'm telling you, Greg, this is one of the huge issues that China was doing. But also, we just had an unfair deal. It was a lopsided deal as far as the tariffs. Trump got rid of all that. He knows, here's the thing, Trump knows business. He knows the economy. And that's what he went after. And that's why then Xi was mad, because he tried to level that playing field. And that's why we got the fentanyl crisis, because that was his little backlash.
Speaking of being mad, Dorenzo says we have two of the pictures of Blinken in the past where part of his soul leaves his body when Joe trips over his own vocabulary. If we could post those up on YouTube. I'm telling you, the one where he's just kind of lurking in the corner behind the wall.
It's the funniest thing. It's the he's like the guy that lives in like a closet or something who's like comes out and does the.
It reminds me of like when I tell my girls they have to clean up their room, and then I walk out of the room, but then I turn around and just poke my head in to see if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. That's Blinken right there. And John Kirby to the right as well. I think we have there's a second one where you see Blinken is looking out of the corner of his eye to the left, and Kirby's looking at him like, yeah, he just said that. We're going to have a field day with this one. Wait till the press gets a load of this. What an administration. This is what happens when you elect Pop-Up.
It is. Charlemagne the God was on with Chris Wallace, or he's going to be on with Chris Wallace. They sent out this preview over the weekend. It's going to be on over the weekend. They're talking about the choices for president right now as we see it. Charlemagne said something interesting, and I want to get your guys' opinion on this as we talk about Nikki Haley surging in the polls. Charlemagne said this to Chris Wallace: "Cut 4 guys go."
How do you feel about what sure looks now like it's going to be a Biden-Trump rematch?
I think America deserves better. I think America can do better. I don't know how we've gotten to the point where these are our only 2 options. And, I just feel like, the 2-party system in America might have run its course.
Well, you made your joke about Biden being 160 a few years ago. Do you think he should drop out and just open the field, let the Democrats, governors, senators choose who's going to be the nominee?
You can't, for everybody calling for him to drop out, it would only make sense if you have a plan B. Like, what are the other options? Like, the Democratic Party bench seems very, 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 very thin.
I got to tell you, I disagree with that. Okay. I think there's some really good governors. Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan.
I don't think this country would ever elect a woman president. I really do. Hillary, got my hopes up, but I think that this country is a lot more sexist than it leads on.
Do you think it's more sexist and racist? Because we did elect Barack Obama.
Yeah. I'm not going to say I think it's more sexist than racist. I think that President Obama had, a lot of the right things going for him. But at the end of the day, he's still a man. I still think patriarchy, reigns supreme in this country.
Discuss.
I think I would say there's a better chance of a third party becoming a formidable option for Americans to vote on before we have a female president. I do. And if we do end up with a female president, I don't think it's going to come from the right. It's going to come from the left.
I disagree.
Yeah,
It'll be a Republican.
I agree with Dawn on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that? So what's the reasoning behind that? Why do you think that?
Because it's weird. It is weird, and he touches on something that I think is bizarre, but it has to do with American women. I actually think women in this country are more divided, and it's not men. It's the women.
Yeah.
Well, all women secretly hate each other. That's been established years ago, right?
I personally disagree with that.
No, I'm just joking.
But I'm actually serious. I disagree with that, but maybe that's just the way I was raised or something. But women are tough on each other in general, mothers and daughters. I don't know what that is or why it is, but you look at other countries around the world for a long time have had female leaders. Not us.
So do you think, so you do believe that a female can, and it's more likely that it would be a Republican. So let's just, hypothetical here, total fantasy world conversation. Let's say Donald Trump for some reason just did not exist. And your options were Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, Chris Christie. Could you see Nikki Haley becoming president of the United States in a world where Donald Trump did not exist?
Yes.
I could.
Yeah.
I could see Nikki Haley. I could see Tulsi Gabbard, quite frankly. I like Tulsi.
Yeah, a lot of people say she aligns more with Trump than Haley does.
Somebody on the YouTube chat earlier when I was criticizing Nikki Haley said that I'm naive because there's a lot of people, there's a lot of suburban women, those Republican suburban women that would vote for Nikki Haley.
Yep.
I didn't say, let me just put all my cards on the table. I never said that I don't think that she could win as president. I do. I just said I don't like her personally, and I would not vote for her. That's all I said.
Okay.
But in the one poll, and now there's so many different polls we've talked about, that in which Nikki Haley head-to-head as far as getting the vote against Biden, where Trump has a tougher time, Nikki Haley handily wins over Biden.
Yeah, she's up 10 on Joe, where Trump's only up 4.
And so that is very interesting to me personally, as to Greg's point. But again, are we even going to trust the polls? I think for conservative women in general, and we can debate over who's a rhino or this or that, the other. The truth is, most conservative women at least believe in our Constitution and believe and there's also a Second Amendment issue here. The conservative women, if you're conservative, you've got to support the Second Amendment because that is big time. That's Holy Grail stuff.
Yes.
So I think that is why somebody like that who appeals to those independents or those who might not necessarily identify as a partisan, as a Republican or a Democrat, but say, I believe in the Constitution. I believe in your First Amendment right and especially Second Amendment right. And we know a lot of people, right, who might be socially more aligned with some Democrats, but on the other hand, they're definitely pro-Second Amendment. That's where I'm looking at a conservative, on the as a woman would appeal to them.
Well, I'm glad you said the word identify because the left is consumed with identity politics. And I think if the left really had a legit option, they would be advocating for a female president. That's why I think it's more likely that it would be a Democrat. But they just can't do it with Kamala Harris because they know she's just so in over her head, and she has come up completely empty and is totally inept. But if the left can identify a strong female that can not be picked apart in 3 minutes like Kamala Harris can, they're going to elevate that person. They elevated Barack Obama, as Charlemagne the God mentioned there. Barack Obama, as an African-American man, became president of the United States. Some people thought we would never see that. They found what they believed was the person that could do it, and it came to fruition, and he served 8 years. If Democrats can find that person on the left that's a female, they're going to do it, which is why, and I know everybody rips me for this, and I'm in agreement with Ted Cruz, that name keeps coming up. I'm just saying, I think that if they believe that she could do the job, they will put the machine to work to make sure that she becomes president.
But you got to remember this individual, and that's why I mentioned Tulsi Gabbard, because of her military experience.
Yep.
In America, you're not just a figurehead or a president. You're also the commander-in-chief. And so, Nikki Haley I know that she didn't necessarily serve, but her son and, family, she's from a military family, if you will. But I think you have to, in the military and as Americans, you have to be able to picture that person as the commander-in-chief, as well as somebody who can navigate through the waters of social issues here in America, as well as the international global issues.
Let me also put another caveat on what I just said, too. No GOP candidate is going to win suburban anything as long as abortion is on the ballot. So that's just another layer to this. Can I see Nikki Haley becoming president? I can. Could she win over suburban women? She could. Will any GOP candidate win the suburbs while abortion is on the ballot? They won't.
Is Nikki good enough with her message on that to win it? Because that's one thing we've praised her on.
No.
She's had the best common sense answer to it.
Well, according to some polls, the answer is yes, because she beats Biden. But again, are you going to believe the polls?
Right.
We don't know what it's going to look like. Like Ohio had abortion and marijuana on the ballot this past time. They won't have it on the next time. So who's going to try to put something literally on the ballot that's some kind of a question that they put in there that everybody votes on that has to do with abortion in your state? That always makes a difference. How do you bring people out to the polls?
By the way, we talked about how the GOP, counterbalances what's happening with the abortion issue. You know how they do it? Just let every state vote on it. Just let every single, like the Dobbs decision intended. Just let every single state vote on it. Then the abortion issue is done. It's over.
Yeah.
No, it'll never be over, Greg, because it's already done here. It's already in Pennsylvania, but their fear is I should say the way Democrats pose it, because it's already established law in Pennsylvania, but the way that Democrats pose it is, well, you better be careful, because if all those Republicans get in, they're going to find a way to change your state constitution, or they're going to change it all up, and they're going to take these rights away from you. That's how they continue to win.
All right, that'll do it for what's on the cut sheet here on this Friday morning. We'll come back and get to Dawn's Big Three, plus also some interesting stories in the world of Gen Z, and also some individuals in Hollywood that say, if Donald Trump gets reelected, I'm moving to another country. 855-839-1210. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Question for you. How many healthcare providers do you know who schedule downtime in their offices for team training? Not many. But my good friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz does that because he wants to ensure that he and his staff are well-versed in all the latest technology, so when he invests in new state-of-the-art equipment for his patients, he can rest assured that he and his staff can maximize the performance of the new technology. One of their latest investments is the Trios 5 scanner. Talk about amazing. The Trios 5 has an incredible design which reduces the potential for patients gagging or experiencing discomfort during the impression-taking process. Plus, the process is much faster, which saves Dr. Bentz and his patients precious time. The scans are done, the plan is made, and the on-site lab gets to work. Dr. Bentz and his staff are a well-oiled machine when it comes to your comprehensive dental care. They're always working to make that experience as comfortable and as seamless as it can be. Visit them at BentzDentalGroup.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Canella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Introducing new AmeriHealth Medicare Advantage plans for New Jersey. The Medicare annual enrollment period runs through December 7th. Now is the perfect time to think about the benefits you need in a Medicare Advantage plan. AmeriHealth has helped protect New Jersey residents for nearly 30 years. It's a great feeling to have a health plan that takes care of you. From a company you trust. A health plan for everyone. Get your Medicare questions answered. Visit AmeriHealthMedicare.com/2024 today.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
The life of an Eagles fan is a wild ride. Some years we triumph. Some years we don't. What never changes year after year is how we get to the game, shoulder to shoulder with our fellow fans on SEPTA. And this season, fans ride home free from NRG Station on the Broad Street line thanks to Unibet, an official casino and sportsbook partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. Plan your trip to the game and learn more about free rides home, sponsored by Unibet at iseptaphilly.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Mark Luca, president of Aqua Pennsylvania. At Aqua, we recognize that we all need a helping hand sometimes. If you or someone you know needs assistance with your water or wastewater bills, we're here to help. Aqua Pennsylvania's Customer Assistance Program can help make monthly bills more manageable. Call 888-282-6816 to learn more and see if you qualify. That's 888-282-6816. Aqua, an essential utilities company providing clean, safe, reliable water.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit InnovativeMedicalAssociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for your lifestyle. Save for the summer with a 5-month certificate at 5% annual percentage yield. Or be prepared for next year's holiday season with an 11-month jumbo certificate at 5.50 annual percentage yield for balances of $100,000 or more. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I would walk 10 miles on my hands and knees. Ain't no doubt about it, baby, it's you I need.
8:35. Tough enough. Kayal and Company, Friday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 855-839-1210. Tell you climb in. 1 hour from now, what's on the cut sheet, part due. Also, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who on Twitter today.
By the way, just a little teaser. I have a really, really good clip for what's on the cut sheet, part 2, coming up at 9:30. I'm so interested to get your take and Dawn Stenzel's take on it.
Okay.
Ooh.
So
a juicy one coming up.
So it's coming up at 9:30.
Yeah. See, Fox and Friends are in Nashville today for
They were there
broadcast.
yesterday. They were there yesterday too.
Yeah, they're all down there, and nice to see Sean Hannity not in a suit. He's wearing like a Looks like a kind of a classier sweater with jeans. Nice.
They're
that
all
he's-
casual.
Yeah, he's on the set with his girlfriend this morning. That's very nice of him to pop on his girlfriend's show.
Are they official?
I have no
Ainsley?
idea. It's good. It's a good scoop by Hannity, though. Nice work out of
I
him.
know, right?
You know, a little bit above his caliber, but sometimes you can pull it off when you got that kind of money. I suppose. I don't know. I'll never live that life. 855-839-1210.
Well, she's got a lot of money too.
Oh, of course she does.
Yes,
absolutely. And
She
gotta
brings it.
You got to be paid a lot of money if you're going to sit next to Kilmeade for 3 hours every morning. By the way, Kilmeade's wearing some nice shoes. All right, enough of people's TV shows. Let's focus on Kayal and Company.
Who said screenshotted, by the way? Did you?
What?
I don't know. Linda on the YouTube chat says $1 in the grammar jar. No such word as screenshotted.
Well,
cool story.
Screen.
I was like, what? It was probably me. I mean, if we're taking bets on who said it, it was me.
But I'll defend that one because it's a newer verb.
Yeah.
So
right.
if screenshot is in the current tense, then adding ed would technically be the right.
Yeah.
How else?
I
Because
got
we're
one
we're
right.
making up new verbs.
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean for us to go down this rabbit hole. Sometimes I read comments and I say them out loud and I think to myself, why did I do that?
I'm like Janine in Ghostbusters. I got one. Screenshotted. ED on the end. There you go. All right, let's get to some of the news. 8:37 on this Friday morning. It's time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
So we have the actual screenshot of the very controversial school. This is a recently reelected member of a Pennsylvania school board member.
Oh.
Now has resigned from her position.
Do the boys in the back have it?
So you found this?
Actually, NBC 10, to their credit, has it. Nobody else. I don't. It's weird because there are no curse words or anything.
Okay.
But in the initial stories didn't have it. But this is Dr. Mina Clay.
Okay.
Now deleted Facebook post.
Yep.
Dr. Jamina Clay. She goes by Mina on her Facebook page. Anyway, Colonial School Board member.
Okay.
And she's also an assistant superintendent for Philadelphia schools, where she remains in that job, but has resigned from Colonial School Board after a lot of outrage.
Mm-hmm.
So the post says that the terrorist organization known to many as the IDF.
Oh, my God.
So she's calling Israel the terrorists.
And this woman is
a
what?
PhD.
PhD for the
And
Colonial School District.
It's Colonial School District, as well as an assistant superintendent here on the Philadelphia School District.
Ah.
She oversees 10 schools here.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Okay.
So she's calling the Israel's government and the IDF a terrorist organization.
Mm-hmm.
And so she goes through and she says she's talking about that the IDF terrorists are targeting a hospital with 650 wounded people, 600 doctors, 8,000 displaced individuals, and 36 newborns in the NICU. And she says, quote, "The world watches while the Palestinian people are eliminated."
Okay, it's on YouTube now. The boys put it up, so you can see the screenshot
Wow.
from Mina Clay. So I'm assuming obviously all of it in general, but when you lead with the terrorist organization known to many as the IDF, you are probably going to get a lot of people that just stop reading at that point and then go to the conclusion of this was a post that is fireable offense.
And where's this dope getting these stats from? Is she getting them from Hamas?
Yeah,
Because I mean, like honestly, all of these numbers you hear, like 10,000 this, and then, like, where are these numbers coming from? Hamas. That's where they're coming from.
And how many times has the mainstream media used Hamas as their source for reporting and then been wrong about it?
Yeah.
Right? Like, remember with the rocket launch at the hospital, and it wasn't. I mean,
91 LSXer is the best quote right now on the YouTube chat. He says, "Mina, there was a ceasefire on October 6th."
Yeah. Yeah, no, like these people just conveniently forget who was the instigator in this.
Yep.
It's not like Netanyahu just started firing Scud missiles out of the blue.
It's the same people who think Osama bin Laden's letter to America
Yes.
had some good points.
Yeah, and by the way, bin Laden was not a terrorist. He was just leading the resistance.
Remember the jokes and that we used to make for people who used to explain away Hitler and be like, well, Hitler had some good points. That's basically like that's not a joke anymore. That's what people are saying. It's sad. It's sick.
It really is, man. It really is. I don't understand that school of thought, and I don't understand how so many people, the sheer volume of people that believe that, that are espousing these views.
Is the Colonial School District, is that like the Plymouth White Marsh area? Do you know?
Yeah, I think Colonial. I drive by there.
Yeah,
so
it's
right like Plymouth meeting kind of area.
It's kind of next. I guess we'll consider it one school district over from Wissahickon Valley.
Yes.
Well, right,
Or
more than one because you have but it's like Lafayette Hill, Plymouth meeting, like that whole.
Right.
Yep.
It's a big school district, and people came out last night and were very upset.
Yep.
And we're saying this is anti-Semitic. We can't have this.
Well, you know what's going to happen now because she's, as you said, she's still technically employed as the assistant in which district?
For Philadelphia.
Okay, so they're going to come for her. She's not. I would be surprised if she remains in that position. I mean, how can you, basically fire her in one district, yet the other district would say it's not a fireable offense? They've got to be aware of this.
Philadelphia.
Right? Well,
yeah.
Philadelphia School District has already come out and released a statement and said that although her views do not in any way express the views or stand for the Philadelphia School District, she has a First Amendment right to free speech. And by the way, let us not forget those police officers back, and I forget how many years ago they were under investigation, but they were under investigation for years for their social media posts, and these were thousands of Philadelphia police officers. It was front page of the Philadelphia Inquirer, ripping officers, questioning them for their tattoos, anything they posted, and nothing. It kind of just went away.
Yeah.
But if you're a cop, you don't have a First Amendment right.
Yep.
But if you're Dr. Mina and you have pro-Hamas views and anti-Semitic views, you have a First Amendment right.
Does she have pronouns in her profile? I got to take a look.
She, her.
She, her.
All I ask for is consistency.
Dumb ass.
See if we find the Ukrainian flag there. What else? Typical stuff.
Adjective and a noun.
I'm looking on Twitter to see if she's on Twitter. I don't see her on Twitter. This was a Facebook post, right?
No.
Yeah, it's under Mina, Mina Clay, Clay.
Oh, that was Facebook? I thought
Uh-huh.
it was Twitter.
She put on Facebook.
Wow.
So, we're talking about a record-setting holiday travel season. It has begun today, the big rush. And so Philadelphia International Historic Holiday Travel season is beginning today.
Are you going to Nashville?
I'm going away for the whole week. I fly out Sunday morning, sir.
Wow.
Oh, not till Sunday.
What's the weather supposed to be like there next week? Do you know?
I don't, but I would guess low 60s. Yeah, it's usually 7-8 degrees warmer.
Nice.
Than it is here. Yeah, I'll be out all next week. I'll be flying back next Saturday morning, and the great Mike Opelka filling in.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah.
Nice of Stump Brain to put away the golf clubs, and
You could leave today and surprise them and cancel your flight. What is it, a 9-hour drive? You could drive.
I refuse to do that drive ever again.
Really?
Yeah, the last time I did it was when I moved back up here in August of 22.
I'm telling you, man, there is nothing like getting behind the wheel and doing
Yep.
a 9-hour drive by yourself.
I agree.
I would kill for that right now.
He has a toddler.
Yeah, my family won't let me do it, but I would absolutely do that in a heartbeat.
California.
I would. Honestly, I would. I love. There's nothing better in. I say this honestly. There's nothing better in the world than that open road and just
Agreed.
being by yourself and quiet, listening to music, or
See,
podcast, or 1210 WPHD.
Yeah. Load up a playlist.
Yeah, just come on, man.
Yeah,
Agreed.
crack a beverage and just with the window down and go.
Yep.
That's what but you know what? Like for me, it's like 3.5 hours, 4 hours tops where then it starts to become a grind for me. Like I can't go more than 3 hours without pulling over.
You know what it is, Don? It's he can't go 3 hours without checking his mentions on Twitter.
If I'm you, I'm going to get up at like 2:45 tomorrow morning,
Yep.
head out, nobody on the road, and boom, just get her done. And then you can fly back home.
I'm going to fly out of Lehigh Valley International on a
which is
on a
nice.
crappy airline with a seat that's as uncomfortable as can be. I'll have somebody next to me that smells like a bloomin' onion. It's going to be a fantastic trip.
Well, just remember to take video so we can have it
I know.
for Greg's cut sheet.
Maybe I'll have one of those viral plane moments like that lady from Dallas did, where she was going off about something that wasn't really there.
Well, number 3, I want to bring to you something that happens in our region every year, and that is the National Dog Show Thanksgiving Day, hosted by the Kennel Club of Philadelphia. And one of the doggies featured will be a canine, remember, from the Cavalcante search.
Yes.
Oh,
so
nice.
one of the canines there. So I just want to bring that to your attention.
Yeah.
That one or more of those canines. I love when they celebrate the canines.
And I believe it is not, because I retweeted the Pennsylvania State Police yesterday. They posted the picture of the dog. It's that dog that looks like a German Shepherd that's not a German Shepherd.
Malinois.
Yeah.
Whatever, yeah.
We talked about it a couple of weeks ago when that happened. But the picture that the Pennsylvania State Police posted is the picture of the dog, and he's in the stands at Penn State's football stadium in Happy Valley, which is very nice. You get the backdrop of the fans. I'm just wondering if that dog took a bite out of James Franklin's backside. That would have been a nice move.
Well, the competition is actually taped in front of a live audience at the Expo Center. And they say Expo Center in Greater Philadelphia, but it's over there in Oaks. We all know where it is. But it's this weekend. So it's this weekend. They do it before the live audience. It's actually not played till the national audience until Thanksgiving Day. It'll air on NBC 10 from noon to 2. So I thought I would mention that. It's kind of cool, and the fact that they have some canines who deserve recognition. So that's your big 3.
All right. Thank you very much, Dawn. 855-839-1210. What do you got, Stalker?
No. I'm just I'm reading the comments on
what are they saying?
On YouTube is just hysterical. 91 LSXer says Greg and Nick will ride a little bike like
Kelly
Lloyd,
Oubre?
Lloyd Christmas and Harry Dunn.
Just go, Harry. Just go.
In Dumb and Dumber.
I gotta pee, Lloyd.
I'm telling you, man. There's I need a road trip. I need a road trip so bad.
Let's do a Kale and Company road trip.
No, I don't want to. No,
he doesn't want to travel with us.
No, I don't want to travel with you guys.
Well,
I want to travel by
I'll
myself.
I'll be in the car behind you. Dawn and I will get an RV. Dorenzo will be in the back eating Cheetos.
I spend enough time with you too, honestly.
It really is sad. You spend more time with your coworkers than you do your family at times.
Yeah.
So let me mention this story because this is a quick tie-in because Dawn mentioned something there with the canine that's tracked down Danilo Cavalcante. This story from the USA Today, and I'll try not to lose my mind with this one, but did you know that Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs is now inspiring dog owners?
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Kelce, Kelce, is the top trending dog name in America, according to a pet company's survey. Apparently, up 135% and likely named after Travis Kelce, whose fame has skyrocketed since beginning to date and have a romance with Taylor Swift. So let me just see if they give some other names here. Rover, which is the online pet care company, has compiled the top dog names of 2023, and Travis Kelce sits at the top. Other dog names that are very popular in 2023 are, I guess we would call it, I don't know if it's Celtic or Celtic, but either way.
Celtic.
Celtic, okay.
Technically, it's pronounced Celtic.
Yeah, like you go to like a Celtic festival, but you have the Boston Celtics, so that's why I was wondering which way they pronounce it. But that's up 364%, and the name Trey is up 222%. TRAE. Other dog names include that are on the rise. Eagles, how about that? Yeah,
Eagles
up 114%. Lamb up 119%. Mariner up 131%. Dunn, like Brooks and Dunn, Dunn, up 147%. Nicola, Nikola, up 147%. And Fields, up 97%. So if you're getting ready to purchase a dog, those might be some of the names you might consider. And if you name your dog Kelce and send me a picture, I will block you on Twitter. And that's that. All right. So get that out of the way. And then lastly, as we wrap up the 8 o'clock hour here, I always love these people because they never come through with what they say. And I root for them to really be a man or a woman of their word. We remember back in the fall, probably about a month or two ago, Cher came out and made her ridiculous comment that she's actually made in the past. Oh, if Donald Trump gets elected president, I'm leaving the United States. She never left the first time. So she comes out again, and shows like us bring it up and give her the attention she's probably seeking. So now Barbara Streisand has come out.
Babs.
What do you think? Barbara Streisand's got to be, what, 70, 75 by now? I don't even know what age she is, but she's got to be getting up there in years.
There's a thing called Google, dude.
I know. I should Wikipedia her.
DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, DuckDuckGo. So she said on Tuesday, apparently she was on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
Oh, wow.
The funny show that is Stephen Colbert's program.
She's 81, dude.
81. I was thinking that.
She's like, what, 52?
Well, she looks.
No, I said
she looks good.
75.
She's had a lot of work done.
Well, but
I would look good too if I had all that Botox and nose.
Oh, that's more than Botox.
Yeah.
That's some serious.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of Barbara Streisand,
she
woke Howard Stern.
Yeah.
Interviewed her.
Did he really?
Yeah, like
I am woke, mother.
You definitely
I
are, dude.
love it.
Like he spent, I don't know, most of his career mocking her and people like her, and now he sits down and does a serious interview with her.
Probably adores her.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
What a sellout.
Yep.
So Streisand says on the Colbert Show that she can't live in this country anymore if former President Donald Trump is reelected in 2024. Quote, I will move. I can't live in this country. Colbert and then inquired about where she would move if Trump were to be reelected. She said, quote, probably to England. I like England. She goes on to say, quote, it's so sad. It's so sad what's going on today, meaning people have to live together even though they are different religions or whatever. People are people. It's true. You know, we all want the same thing. We all want love in our hearts. We all want family. This is beyond religion. This is insanity for us to not learn how to live together in peace. And she also got into what's going on with Israel in the Middle East, and that was kind of what she was referring to. But I would really love the challenge. See, this is where, like, Elon Musk and the people that have, like, FU money need to call these people out. Like, Elon Musk could say, hey, Barbara, okay, if Trump gets reelected, you say you're going to move. I will give you $10 million if you leave and move to England if Trump gets reelected. I will gladly pay your fare and give you enough money for the rest of your life and probably some of your family members' lives if you just get the hell out of our country. Like, if you don't, like, that's the thing about America that is so beautiful. You can come and go, right? Like, you're allowed to come up through the southern border, and then nobody will figure out where you are because our government doesn't care. But you also can leave anytime you want, right? And there's plenty of nations that you can go to that aren't bad, right? There's a lot of cool nations that I wouldn't mind living in for a period of time, some of which I would never even consider, but others, not bad.
These people have been saying this since the Bush administration,
I know.
honestly. If Bush is reelected, I'm leaving the country.
Yes.
2000, I remember. If Bush gets elected, I'm leaving the country. If Trump gets elected, I'm leaving. Everybody says it, and nobody does it. Nobody does it, ever.
Bye-bye.
It's so sad. Yeah, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you, as our boy Sean Farash would say when he comes on with us. Good. Get out of here.
Yep.
Nobody wants you here anyway. Nobody likes you. 855-839-1210. We will come back. Final hour on the way. We have a lot of updates to get to. I don't know how many of these we will get through. Bud Light, The Simpsons, Tim Scott. By the way, Tim Scott's alleged beard got busted. We'll give you those details. And a little bit of an update with Paul Pelosi.
Uh-oh.
Remember our pal David DePape?
Yes.
We've got some testimony in his court case that is pretty interesting. And I feel really bad for the Florida teacher that got knocked out for for taking the Nintendo Switch from that kid in school. That kid that got arrested and is now in jail. We might need to start a GoFundMe for this teacher. We'll give you the details when we come back. Final hour on the way. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning a $5 moneyline bet. I said it for the last couple of days. I'm on the Eagles plus a 124 Monday. Plunk $5 down on that bet, and you can win $150 in bonus bets when the Eagles win. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg right now and sign up. Do it now. Come on. What are you doing? During this commercial break, go over there and sign up right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over. Present in PA. First online real money wager. Only $5 pregame money line. Wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For all of you who love to cook Italian, here's a mouth-watering message from Cento.
Big lasagna, manicotti, clam sauce with linguine, chicken parmigiana, and tuna capellini, gnocchi alla rosa sauce, pomodoro frittata, pappardelle, perciatelli, pasta caponata.
How do you give those dishes authentic old-world flavor? Authentic Italian cooking begins with Cento. Cento, for taste that sings. Cento, trust your family with our family.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be a topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all-natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Mention DOM 2023 to receive an exclusive offer. DOM 2023. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You know, we've been talking about escaping, maybe on a road trip, but how about a trip of a lifetime? How about savoring the sunset beyond the Isle of Capri? This is the ultimate trip. I'm talking the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, yes, Capri. Join me next spring. I hope you really do this. It's going to be great. Join me next spring as we discover the wonderful sights in southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours, the Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii. Enough time to see all the great sites, of course, the ancient sites, and in Rome as well, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 incredible days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm. I can't wait. The wineries, the tasting sessions. Oh my gosh. The group dining events they are known for are iconic. Just ask my friend Dom Giordano and his better half Row. 5267, that includes your airfare nonstop while supplies last. You can call them toll-free, 888-733-9494, or you can just go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down, you see my picture there. Yes, my husband, Larry Menti, our teenage boys, young men, Michael and David, they'll be there too. You can call them if you have questions, toll-free, 888-733-9494. And, of course, discovering why the locals take their vacations in Puglia, because it's unspoiled, authentically Italian. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Mike, go home and watch The Breakfast Club this morning as we welcome you back in. Kayal and Company, Friday morning, 9 o'clock hour. Usually the wildest hour of the week, hands down. 855-839-1210. Get us on Twitter or Instagram at 1210WPHT. You can listen to us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button. 1 hour to go. We're really hoping to get to 5,000 subscribers. So if you haven't done so and you're watching us, like all you have to do, as Greg would say, is just hit the stinking button.
Come on.
I mean, geez. We don't ask for much.
Yeah, we're like 38 right now away.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, 38 people.
Yeah.
Like, can you just stop what you're doing right now? Go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Can you be the 5,000th subscriber?
Yes.
We just need 38 people.
Yeah, it's our ask is that you click the subscribe button because I love that. That's the new buzzword around the building. Have you noticed that? In some of the meetings, they always say, "Here's what my ask is." Like, you have to say what your ask is. Why don't you just tell people, like, this is? I've noticed that it's a new thing. I picked up on it.
5,000 would make us very happy. We give you hours and hours and hours of entertainment every week.
Right.
I made this station all live and local for everybody. Please, I just ask that you hit the subscribe button.
Pretty big move by you in the infancy of your tenure as brand manager.
Yeah, some would say it was a gamble.
Yeah. You get a new promotion and then you're like, hey, let's spend more money that we don't have. What do you think about that, Suits? Well, how can we profit from it? Well, here's my plan. All right, so we got a lot of good updates to get to. Some sillier stuff and some serious stuff. I got about 5 of them, so we'll kind of zip through these and just spend a few moments on each one before we get to the Morning Mystery movie clip. But we have another update on Bud Light. Another individual has gone down the road of the Heinerschneid. As it was announced yesterday that Anheuser-Busch Chief Marketing Officer Benoit Garbe will step down at the end of the year to, quote, embark on a new chapter in his career. So we're talking about probably the highest ranking advertising official in the Anheuser-Busch dynasty, and he's on his way out. I don't know if this is specifically related to the Dylan Mulvaney debacle, but one would think that's a logical conclusion that you could arrive at, as Heinerschneid is long gone, and now Garbe on his way out. So it was very nice, sir, as you contributed to the worst marketing campaign in the history of corporate America advertising. So best of luck in your future endeavors, and congrats on what you did to the Bud Light brand. So that's the first update. Secondly, we gave you the story earlier in the week that TMZ was reporting that the creators of The Simpsons and those now in charge of The Simpsons, which I did not even know was a Disney property, but I guess technically it is after they have purchased it, and you can get all of the prior episodes of The Simpsons on Disney Plus and Hulu, that they have squashed the rumor that nothing is getting tamed with The Simpsons. And
exactly.
You were right, Stalker. Homer will continue to choke Bart in future episodes and will not bend a knee to the left and the cancel culture.
Yeah, that is not a show that is, even though they're owned by Disney now, technically, that is not a show that bends to cancel culture.
That is correct. So if you're a Simpsons fan, you will not lose one of the most iconic moments in that show moving forward. Okay, speaking of moving forward, we know Sunday night around 10:30, 11 o'clock, Tim Scott was on Fox News, I think, with Trey Gowdy, and he broke the news that he was dropping out of the presidential race for the Republican primary. And also, there's news coming out this morning that 10 of Tim Scott's bigger donors are actually, they're not going to Team Nikki Haley. They are going to Ron DeSantis. So nothing like reallocating your money from one losing cause to the next losing cause. So they decided to say, let's bankroll DeSantis for a couple of months here until he falls by the wayside and loses. But this was an exclusive from the Daily Mail. This was 2 days ago. I've been sitting on this, and this is a good time to get to it. Remember, for the primary last Wednesday, Tim Scott brought out his girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
58-year-old Mindy Noce, N-O-C-E. Probably butchered that. But the Tim Scott girlfriend / and/or alleged speculated beard apparently has a bit of a checkered past.
Uh-oh.
As her ex-husband Peter and her were sued over $1.2 million in a shell and sham scheme involving their company Bravas Partners, BRAVAS, in 2017. Unearthed court filings obtained by the Daily Mail reveal that Mindy and ex-husband Jay were sued over their company Bravas Partners in 2017. That same year, she was undergoing divorce proceedings, accusing her ex of destroying their marriage with his heavy drinking and opioid abuse. Nos 47 was revealed as, so now we're getting, I thought she was 58. The Daily Mail says that she is 47 years old, which would be 11 years younger than Tim Scott. But it's revealed as that, she is Tim Scott's girlfriend for approximately the last calendar year. And a little bit of a sketchy past. Now, I'm wondering, we talked about some of the motives last week of why does Tim Scott bring his girlfriend all of a sudden, and then, of course, a few days later, he drops out. And then a few days after that, basically a week between her public debut to the American public and this past Wednesday, now we find out that she was, involved in a little bit of a scheme here where they were doing some improper fraudulent activities. Very interesting. So, I don't know. Tim Scott, you might have to pick a little. You know what, Tim Scott? You might have to wait a little longer, sir. You might have to wait a couple of more years before, you get on the bad foot and do the good thing. Poor Timmy. A little rough stretch for Tim Scott.
Wow. But
I will always remember Tim Scott's campaign. Take out a loan, pay it back. Break the law, go to jail. I thought it was a great campaign message. I thought the future would be a little brighter for Tim Scott after I saw that ad back in May.
He's young. He's young, yeah. He still has a future if he wants one.
Yeah, politics-wise, yeah.
Plus, he's a senator.
Right. I mean, there was a stretch where I thought Tim Scott would have made a good vice president. I really did. I said that many times on the air, but
there's zero chance of that happening, right?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Do we agree?
I don't even think he'd be in a cabinet, to be honest.
I don't know.
Wow. Okay.
I think it's he's kind of right where he needs to be.
So you think Dawn? There's a chance that Trump could pick him as VP?
Oh, as VP? No.
No.
Not as VP. I'm sorry, but in the cabinet, yes.
Oh, so you do? Okay.
I think somewhere in the administration, sure.
Okay.
And I also think that for Nikki Haley.
Yeah.
Because they were allies before, and they all know the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They all know the game, and so, yeah, I think all of the above.
Tim Scott just comes off very low energy. I think it's just his upbringing. Yeah, he's a soft-spoken guy, but I don't feel like he exudes a ton of command of the room, so to speak. And that's not enough. I mean, some people are just wired differently. Some people have different vocal inflections. He seems like just a tremendous human being, but it doesn't feel like he's a fit for kind of the nature. I think Trump certainly looks for loyalty more than anything. He wants, you to be ride or die with him until death do you part. I don't feel like Tim Scott fits kind of what Trump looks for in certain people as far as characteristics, personality traits. I think alphas are kind of attracted to alphas. Tim Scott kind of comes off a little beta to me.
I don't know. I think Trump looks for somebody who's going to work hard and do the job.
Oh, yeah. And maybe,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe that's all you need if you're Tim Scott.
So depending on what he's looking for, I think that's ultimately, because there were a lot of he hired, Christopher Wray, that Trump put him in.
Yeah.
So he's going to put in there who he is convinced, is the right one for that particular job.
All right.
And that's the weird piece of it, right?
Yeah.
That even people he's fought with in the past, people who he might know, in fact, have stabbed him in the back. If he thinks they're going to do that job and perform at the best level, that's who he's going to choose, right, wrong, or indifferent.
Yep. All right, 2 more updates. So we've got Bud Light in the books, The Simpsons, and Tim Scott and his girlfriend.
By the way, I was wrong. Chris corrected me on YouTube. The Simpsons has bent the knee to cancel culture because they got rid of Apu.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
Well, they don't do that. Or there was something over the voice, and it wasn't actually like it was a white guy doing the voice. It may have been Hank Azaria. I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, they don't do that they don't do that voice anymore, or it's an authentic
Mm-hmm.
Indian person.
Okay. And I didn't realize, because I am not a huge, like, I'm not a hardcore Simpsons guy. And I found out this, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. I never knew for the longest time that Bart Simpson was voiced by a girl.
Really?
Yeah.
The show's been on since
I
1989.
know. I found out in like 2009. I'm like, no way, really? I never would have thought that. But that's just me. Better late than never, I guess. Here's 2 more updates for you, beyond the fact that
He just found out that Homer's not a real person.
Right. He's animated. Dope.
Well, does that mean he identifies he's technically trans?
As animated. Yeah. This is one that, I mean, this is, once again, we talked the big take this morning, and if you missed the big take, go back and get it, talking about media malpractice and the way, certain things aren't covered from journalists, whether it's in news or in sports media. Paul Pelosi's attacker, this is, again, the story that we had last year, right around the time of the midterms, that kind of disappeared. His attacker, David DePape, says he's sorry that he beat House Speaker Pelosi's husband with a hammer, but he made a few admissions in some court proceedings, one of which is that he admitted he wanted to interrogate Nancy Pelosi, which we knew about before, but he wanted to interrogate her while wearing a unicorn costume.
This guy is sick deranged.
There's
individual.
a lot of individuals that, I mean, we talk about the mental health epidemic post-COVID in this country. I'm thinking Mr. DePape probably had this prior to COVID, but I don't know that COVID helped. So he admits that he wanted to interrogate Nancy Pelosi while wearing a unicorn costume and was prepared to break his and her kneecaps. He told the court in his attempted murder trial he did not intend to bludgeon House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer. His defense attorney has conceded that he carried out the assault, which he said on Tuesday was part of a, quote, grand plan to expose Hunter Biden. Nancy Pelosi was in Washington, D.C., as we know, at the time when DePape is accused of attacking her husband, Paul Pelosi, with a hammer and fracturing his skull. Pelosi's attacker, David DePape, was on the stand on Tuesday. He apologized for the beating of the House Speaker's husband, but admits that he wanted to interrogate Nancy and was ready to break her kneecaps if she had been home. DePape, a former nudist from Canada, entered the Pelosi's mansion on October 28th of last year, and as we know, bludgeoned Paul Pelosi, then 82 at the time. But yeah, he wanted to interrogate her dressed up as a unicorn, which I guess you could dress up as some other things that are odd and disturbing. But
well, this guy is another example of some mental patient living online. You know what I mean? Like, he was a part of that whole Gamergate thing, and then he did, and then he kind of fell into these weird conspiracy chat rooms, and
go down that rabbit hole.
You go down that rabbit hole, and like, this guy lived his entire life online, from what it appears.
Yes. You mentioned Gamer. That'll get us to our final update. This was, and I think we have the video in the back. We can roll this again. And there's no audio to it. It's just a visual, and it will reaffirm just what a heinous attack this was. The Florida teacher.
Holy S.
Yeah, you can see her face completely
This is horrible.
bruised. This was the teacher in Florida that took the Nintendo Switch away from, I guess the Nintendo Switch is kind of like the new the portable handheld video game, like the Game Boy used to be back in the day. And she took it away from him, and you can see in the video, the surveillance that we're rolling, she was walking away from like a library or a schoolroom, heading down the hall.
Yep.
This kid, 6'3", 270, probably could play left tackle for the high school football team.
Look at this animal.
Clotheslines her from behind and just beats her unconscious.
Just this person has no regard for human life.
None.
Should be in a cage.
Yeah. I mean, and then you look on the left of the screen, if you're watching, you'll see the bruises on her eyes, her nose, her cheekbones, her face, probably all sorts of fractures.
She's lucky that's the worst of it. I mean, it's terrible. Like, if you're watching now on YouTube, you can see it. But, like, she has some bruises on her cheeks and her nose and everything like that, and her eyes. But, like, she's lucky it wasn't worse, right?
He hit her so hard, she goes flying through the air. I mean, he basically depleted her, to use a football term. Her feet were off the ground, and she went flying probably 3 or 4 feet forward in the direction that she was walking. She was hit with that much force. But here's the update to the story. She is now, sadly, she's been relegated to living off of donations after being put on unpaid leave.
What?
This teacher is on unpaid administrative leave.
This is terrible.
This is like one of the biggest tragedies I've ever seen.
For what?
All right, so here we go. According to the state of Florida, let me just give you these details. Quote, everybody that, and this is a quote, everybody that knows me or knew me before the attack knows that I'm a totally different person now. The teacher's name is Joan Naydich, Naydich. She told Fox 35, quote, my whole life has just turned upside down because then 17-year-old and standing 6 feet 6 inches tall, Brendan Deppa assaulted the paraprofessional inside Matanzas High School in February, leaving her with 5 broken ribs, a severe concussion, and hearing loss. Naydich told the station that she wants Deppa sentenced to a maximum of 30 years behind bars for the incident. She said that her speech has slowed and that she suffers from ongoing cognitive problems. Compounding her physical ailments, she said she is struggling to get her workers' compensation case resolved and has all been but abandoned by the Flagler County School District since the attack. So she's trying to get workers' comp. She's on unpaid leave, and she's at the point now where she's basically living off of what anybody can afford to give her. She has a GoFundMe account that launched after the attack, and she has raised $106,000 to which she is using to live off and survive.
I'm so glad you're bringing this story up. I have not seen this story anywhere, and like it needs this should be leading newscasts in my opinion.
Why isn't like Ron DeSantis talking about her or something?
I don't know. Yeah, and you're not going to get this on mainstream media. This story, courtesy of the New York Post. But yeah, why is this not on? Why isn't Gayle King doing a sit down with this lady on Sunday morning?
And I love the picture that we have right now, or that we had. Yeah, that's up right now on YouTube. Is him in his orange jumpsuit,
cuffed,
the attacker cuffed, and his glasses on, and he's clean shaven, and he's like it's just. Ugh.
Yeah,
this guy should be put down.
Yeah, just a false presentation to make him look like an innocent kid that's got anger problems.
All you have to do is look at the video, watch the video of him beating the living daylights out of her, and you can see how it's not surprising that she has all kinds of issues because she's lucky she's alive, honestly.
Yeah, and he is now 18 years old, so I hope that they charge him as adult, and I hope they give him the max, which is 30 years. I mean, this lady lost some of her hearing, her cognitive ability, her speech issues. She's got fractures. She's got bruises. I mean, that was one of the most vicious hits.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something I see in a football game.
There's no rehabilitating that either. Like he needs to be put away for life. He just does. There's just no if you have that little respect for a human, and I don't mean to be sexist here, but like a woman, like what is how were you raised?
Right.
You were raised by animals. His parents should be put down with him.
All because the teacher, or I guess she's a student aide, took the Nintendo Switch from him. She took a video game from him, and that was what the kid does in retaliation.
It's disgraceful.
Which is almost as bad as the story I just read yesterday. A 21-year-old has been sentenced, I think, to life in jail for beating his Spanish teacher to death with a baseball bat because she failed him.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and when he was being, if you see the video, he was being sentenced yesterday, and as the verdict came down, his nose started to bleed.
Yeah.
See if anybody wipes it up for you when you're in jail, kid. All right, so that's those the updates on Bud Light, The Simpsons, Tim Scott, Paul Pelosi, and this terrible incident in Florida with the Florida teacher. These are all stories that we have discussed in the past. Just wanted to give you some updates.
The one thing about that video too, and we talked about it when this came out, we discussed it. The level of people did go to her help, try to help her, but not quickly.
No.
And where were the dudes that you know what I mean? I think it was actually, guys, if you can put that video up one more time.
A lot of female teachers in there,
the actual beating. If you can put the video up one more time of the actual beating, if you have it, there you go. Because she is there's one guy, but it's all it's 5 female teachers that drag that drag him off of her.
Right. And
This is
honestly,
so
as big as he is, I'm surprised
One
that those
female.
females were able to get him off.
And look, there's a guy walking over, like
I know. Holding his cup of coffee or something. And you'll see, all right, so he tries to restrain him there a little bit. Yep. He pushed him. The guy pushes the.
that guy should have jumped on top of him and beat the living you-know-what out of him.
Yeah.
He's
you're right.
huge.
You're right.
This guy-
And you know what, though? If he does that, he'll probably go to jail.
Yeah,
Think about it. I mean, it's like our situation in the subway now.
I don't know. That guy was really slow to help, guys.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
It's soft.
Well, part of this that I'm reading between the lines is that the attacker's family was trying to minimize or just eliminate any kind of prison time.
Oh, yeah, okay.
She, the victim, who I think because she's like a teacher's aide or a specialist, I'm inferring that she's not fully in the teachers union, because the teachers union is pretty strong behind people, because how could they just lay her off on unpaid leave?
Yep.
So I think that's one of the issues going on here. But the other issue is that one of the reports said the victim, Nadich, has shown no interest in trying to mitigate any of the penalties that her attacker would face.
Can you imagine?
Victim
Nor should
blaming.
she.
Yeah.
Nor should she.
And so I think that she's a white lady. He's an African American kid, which, by the way, should have nothing to do with it.
But it does.
But I just am. I'm reading between the lines here, and I think they're trying to pressure her to say, "Oh, really? Because she's saying he should be behind bars."
Well, sadly,
pull the book at him.
The most important question is, what county is this, and who's the district attorney? Because if this is a Soros-funded DA,
He'll be out in 2 years.
This guy's going to get out in 2 years.
Yep.
If this is a red county with a non-Soros-backed district attorney that actually believes in law and order, this guy will probably serve closer to 30. I think that's what it'll come down to.
He should be hooked up to old Sparky.
Elections have consequences.
Yeah, it's on the other coast, so it's not on the Gulf Coast. You know, where a lot of us like to go.
Yeah.
But so it's like
on the eastern side.
It's on so it's on the eastern side, but like up above Daytona Beach.
Okay.
Between Daytona and St. Augustine, if you think about
It's probably
that
blue.
area.
Probably blue then.
Yep, I'm betting you're exactly right.
He'll be out in 9 months.
Yep.
All right, 9:22 Friday morning. It's time for our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm the money.
Every penny of it.
The Treasury has agreed to stake you in the game.
Vespa. I do hope you gave your parents hell for that.
Thank you. Your boss must be well connected. I've never seen so much go out the door so quickly.
Not quite so stylishly. May I ask you where it is?
10 million was wired to your account in Montenegro, with a contingency for 5 more if I deem it a prudent investment. I suppose you've given some thought to the notion that if you lose, our government will have directly financed terrorism.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Well, once again, the great prize, a $50 gift card to the Metro Diner. If you can identify that movie clip, if you can be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, caller 12, 855-839-1210, $50 gift card to the Metro Diner. We'll get our winner when we come back. What's on the cut sheet part 2? And a couple of quick Gen Z stories that will make you scratch your head as we wrap up the week. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds, guaranteed with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can shed that fat. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or NJDiet.com. NJDiet.com.
Quarterback Jalen Hurts here for Window Nation, the best team for window replacements. They've drawn up the game-winning plan for you to save on new windows.
Call us today. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
You receive installation by pros dedicated to perfect execution. Huddle up with Window Nation today.
Take advantage of the buy 2, get 2 free offer, plus get 0% interest for 60 months. Call 866-90-NATION or go online at windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
There's a chill in the air and the big red bows are on the cars. Make this holiday season truly a December to remember with a great deal on your new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill. The 2024 Lexus are arriving daily. They have over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Stop in and see Tony Labello and his team or visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's rated excellent on Trustpilot. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will encrypt your online data as well. So improve your digital privacy and protection with one simple click. Get the special Black Friday deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Wherever the road takes you this holiday, make it memorable in the ultimate driving machine. Step into the BMW X5 with capable performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable presence. Or chart a different course in the BMW X3. With style and powerful all-terrain versatility, there's no limit to your adventure. Find your ultimate BMW X3 or X5 at the Road Home sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Hurry in for a credit of up to $3,000 on select models now through November 30th. Visit BMWCenters.com today.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Communications are down in Gaza again due to a lack of fuel, and the UN says this is halting cross-border deliveries of humanitarian supplies. Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is being sued for alleged rape by singer Cassie. A person in Haddonfield, New Jersey is arrested for driving recklessly on the sidewalk.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, it's Rich Isioli. Is there anything better than grilling with your friends outside in this crisp fall weather, tailgating, enjoying friends and family on a beautiful, crisp autumn day? Yes. Omaha Steaks makes it even better, and you can save big with 50% off site-wide during the Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale. And you get an extra $30 $30 off when you use my name Zioli at checkout. 5 generations of family-owned expertise means uncompromising value and quality. And that's 50% off all your favorite tender, juicy, extra-aged steaks, like their butcher's cut filet mignons. Just go to omahasteaks.com today. Use promo code Zioli at checkout and get an extra $30 off your order. Remember, Omaha Steaks has all your fall cravings covered with 50% off site-wide during their semi-annual sale. I'm talking about endless flavors, endless combinations, and 50% off, but this will not last. So do it today. Go to omahasteaks.com. Enjoy all the delicious flavors and use my name Zioli at checkout to get an extra $30 off. Minimum purchase may apply.
From Broomall to Brookhaven, follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 9:30 as we continue. It's a Friday morning as we head until 10 o'clock here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Still ahead this morning, who on Twitter and YouTube today, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and what is on the cut sheet part due. But before that, we have to give away our $50 gift card to the Metro Diner because Peggy in Northeast Philadelphia is on the line. Peggy, good morning. What movie did we just play for you, dear?
Good morning. That was Casino Royale.
That is cool.
With Daniel Craig.
Correct. Yes, Daniel Craig. That movie coming out, I believe, 17 years ago today. So, Peggy,
right?
Yeah, November 17th of 2006. So, congratulations, Peggy. You got the $50
Thank you so
gift
much.
card. Thank you for playing.
I appreciate it.
You got it.
Oh,
Have
you're
a great
quite
day.
welcome.
There
All right.
she is. Peggy in the Northeast.
Nice.
Yes. My grandmother was a Peggy.
Oh.
Yeah. I think that's short for Margaret is usually the way that works.
Usually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know if I knew that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Peggy
like
sang the blues.
Yeah, Peg Bundy.
Okay.
There you go. Peggy.
We are, by the way, I think we are 29.
Yeah.
We're 29 subscribers away from 5,000.
They're going to make us work for this for the next 28 minutes, aren't they? Not going to come easy, folks.
They're not.
It's never easy.
30 minutes is all I'm asking for. Can 29 people just go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and hit the subscribe button so we get to 5,000 likes before the end of the show? That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah.
I don't ask for much. Actually, I do.
You do.
I
You are
do.
pretty demanding.
But I haven't been
No.
been hoary in a while, have
No,
I?
you haven't been pimping the merchandise a lot either.
Dawn, have I been hoary in a while?
No.
I'm a capitalist and a corporate
Yeah.
whore.
We like Greg Hoare much better.
Yeah. We love when Greg whores it out.
Am I allowed to say that? I don't
Sure.
know.
I mean, I did. I don't know.
Being silly.
Free speech lives here, right?
Yeah.
That's what they say. All right, so that's that. And let's get to a lot of good audio as we wrap up a Friday with What's on the Cut Sheet Part Due.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part due. What's on the cut sheet part due on this Friday is sponsored by your Delaware Valley BMW Centers now through November 30th during the BMW Road Home Sale event. Lease an all-electric 2020 or 2024 BMW iDrive 50 for $799 per month for 36 months with $6,429 due at signing. Details at bmwcenters.com. bmwcenters.com. Thank you, BMW Centers, for sponsoring the ever-important Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Pot Due. Nick, we were talking about this earlier in the 6 o'clock hour, but for those lollygaggers who come in late, first of all, where you been? Second of all,
Start at 6 a.m.
I knew you were going to do that.
Lollygaggers.
I knew you were going to do that, and my thing was still down because.
Yeah, keep your thing down, Greg.
Well, no, it's okay.
Actually, keep it up.
Volume.
Joe Biden said this at the APEC event in San Francisco the other day about Gavin Newsom, which could signal that Tony Bruno, who said it on this program for the last couple of weeks, is correct, that they're working out some sort of a deal for Gavin Newsom to leapfrog over Kamala.
Yes, he did.
Cut 3. Hang on. My thing's not up. Cut 3, guys. Go.
I want to talk about Governor Newsom. I want to thank him. He's been one hell of a governor, man. Matter of fact, he could do anything you want. He could have the job I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm. He could have the job I'm looking for. The transition plan is already underway, maybe, folks. I mean, think about it. Why would he advertise in South Carolina? Why is Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, advertising in the Palmetto State? Why would he be doing that? Why would he be doing a basketball commercial in China as he runs over an 8-year-old with a terrible crossover? Well, why is he doing all of these things? If you know, we said for a while that DeSantis was guilty of running a shadow campaign before he launched. Newsom has made the DeSantis shadow campaign look like, a minuscule effort to eventually launch.
How can he leapfrog over Kamala Harris, though? I just don't understand this. I don't understand how it happens.
White men are ruthless, Greg. They will step right over the female.
That's right.
They will step right over a female minority. They don't care. They're the poison of society.
How can you leapfrog over somebody like this? Cut 9.
Innovation is about our ability to see what can be.
Oh, no.
Unburdened by what has been. The ability to not only imagine a better future, but to build it.
She is just.
If you build it, they will come.
I just says the same thing in every speech.
It's all.
But you know what? It is going to make women. Here's the weird universe we live in. If they do this and they're trying to. And it had somebody tweeted, and I apologize that I'm not tweeted. It was done back in the day where they swapped out a Veep.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, to take somebody who's a woman, she's also not just African American, but she's part right. Her mom, I believe, was originated from India, so she technically is like Asia.
Yep.
So she really checks a whole lot of boxes here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that side of the universe that likes to check boxes is going to be all triggered.
Has she set the women's rights movement back another 50 years with her ineptitude? I can't answer that since I'm not a female, so I'll defer to you, Dawn. Is she so bad at what she has done that she has eliminated any chance of a truly competent female of becoming president one day?
No, she hasn't done that because everybody, to the clip you just, she's on something. She was a senator. I remember her in Senate hearings, and I thought, oh, you know what I mean? I thought, oh, she asked good questions. She didn't speak the way she speaks with that thick tongue and that bizarro. I don't know what she's on. I don't know what's going on with her, but she's not who she was.
She was a former prosecutor. She has a law degree.
Right. She had to speak in court.
Yeah.
Right?
Stupid people don't get through law school. Stupid people end up going to law school for 3 months and then doing talk radio. The difference between Kamala Harris is that she is intelligent. And
let me just say this, though. There's a difference between book smart and common sense.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So you could argue that in court she memorized everything.
Yeah.
That, and she had a lot of help and aids. Same with being,
or she's just
in
not
politics.
equipped for this job specifically. She might have been a really good prosecutor. She might have sounded relatively good as a senator. But in this position, she's got too much. It's too big for her. It's not a good fit.
But what job could they? I'm just glazing right over that.
Yep.
What job? Other than the rumor was it was like, oh, they would put her up for Supreme Court justice, or what possibly could they dangle in front of her?
Well, they've reassigned her multiple times. She was border czar. She's the queen of artificial intelligence.
I'm like a 7th grader right now.
You are. You still have 2 hours to go.
Yeah, that should be fun.
Yeah.
What was the guy's name? Willie Brown?
Yeah, that was her mentor, wink, wink.
Yeah.
Rumor has it that he dangled some things in front of her.
Yep, more than that. Rumor has it.
All right, I got to get your opinion on this. Oh, by the way, Ann on the YouTube chat says we're all being child edition.
We are, Ann. I apologize.
Stop with the sexual innuendos.
What?
Like, what are we? What are we? 3rd graders?
Exactly. And can I just say I have a hankering right now for a Wawa pork roll, cheese, and bagel. I don't know why that came into my head, but I am all of a sudden in the mood for a pork roll, cheese melt on a bagel from Wawa. Yeah.
Nice.
All right, I got to get your both opinions on this. I think I know where Dawn's going to stand. I think I know where Nick's going to stand, but let's do it anyway. This was on TikTok the other day. This teacher was yelling at a student, and what's interesting about it is the teacher's white, the students are black, so of course they're going to make this a racial issue. I'm not talking about this as a racial issue at all. I'm talking about this as a teacher confronting a student. The student is 11 years old. We don't know what led up to this, but she screamed and I believe threw the student in his chair. You can watch the video if you want to, youtube.com/at1210WPHT. If you can't get to YouTube, you can obviously hear it because she screams at him. This is cut 11, guys. Go.
Yo, if that was me, I swear to God, in my classroom, do you hear me? Over here, running around my classroom, cussing at a girl trying to fight her. That's what your family does? The minute your family put your hands on women, your dad beat your mom? He started. No, she didn't. She was sitting next to me. She literally shut your mouth.
Wow.
How old are you? 11. Say it again. I'm 11. 11 years old. You are a child.
Oh my God, the media is going to have a field day with that.
Oh, she's suspended.
She's probably fired.
Well, they can't. I think she's suspended.
Okay, cursing at the kid, slamming him down into his seat. They'll certainly look at it from white teacher, African American student.
That's what this is being portrayed as.
That's what it will be. But to me, it shouldn't matter. If that was my child and that teacher did that, I would want the book thrown at that teacher.
Are you? No, Nick. Come on, dude. No, you cannot be serious.
Absolutely. Cursing at my kid and then grabbing him by the shirt and slamming him in a chair.
If my
what is this, Catholic school 1970?
If my kid's a punk, which I'm sure that kid is, yeah, I would want the teacher to do something
I would
about
have
it.
no problem.
Absolutely.
And she was stopping bullying. He was trying to bully a girl. And that's what the conversation. It's hard to hear, but he was. According to, if you really watch the video, and I had watched it a couple times when Greg sent it to us, and then I looked it up, and so it's a North Carolina teacher, so she's suspended. But if you listen to it, what's going on is she grabs the kid. She does grab, but it's because she's preventing the 11-year-old, who's a big 11-year-old. I mean, she's a big woman herself.
So this kid was trying to do some other intimidation?
To a girl.
Okay.
And so she's saying, "Oh, you're trying to fight her," and then the kid says, "Oh, she was trying to do something," and the teacher says, "No, she was sitting right by me."
Okay.
And so the teacher is actually preventing one kid from bullying another kid.
Okay. Then I'm fine with that, especially when you consider the dynamic of it's a boy trying to do something to a female, which is a very cowardly thing to ever do, right? Okay.
I mean, part of this on its onset, should a teacher or should any teacher in any setting grab a kid, say the F word?
Sometimes you have to.
Yes.
But I would be curious to know.
Take him and throw him up against the wall.
Yeah.
And by the way, if my child is acting like a punk, I would want them to do that.
Yeah.
Serious. I'm being 100% serious.
If you really look at it, and you look at the situation, is she being professional? You could argue that that's not how we hope things would go down. But in the state of where we are right now with teachers, what would have happened? Think about the previous story, that you aired about a big kid, violently attacking a teacher.
Right.
These teachers, day in and day out, this is what they're dealing with.
Yeah.
And the bullying is not just words; it's physical.
Nick, you're coming at this, and I understand what you're doing. You're coming at this from a dad with daughters. You've never had a son, so you can't really understand what. I mean, you said it.
More rope because you have a boy. Is your case?
You say it all the time. Your dad used to give you 5 across the eye.
Oh yeah,
all the time.
Yes, he did.
You know what I mean? So like, it's different. I believe it's different with boys, and I would probably feel different if I had a daughter.
Would it matter if the teacher is a boy there? So a man.
For my son, no.
Yeah. So
no.
it wouldn't matter to you if the teacher was male or female.
And now, as long as what my son was doing was not appropriate and was being a little pain in the what, then yeah. I think the problem we have now is that you have all these Karens and these moms, and
that's what's happening to this Kelly Russell teacher.
Yeah.
There are moms online saying she's suspended with pay because she's in the union. she deserves to be fired.
Back when I grew up, my parents never took the side of me over a teacher.
Yep.
If a teacher said something that I was acting up in
Oh,
class,
yeah.
by the way, I probably was. I was a pain in the butt too, who deserved 5 across the eye for some of the stuff that I did. But my parents never took the side of me over the teacher. The teacher was always correct.
Right.
The problem now is you have all of these parents that side with the kids
I know.
over the teacher.
It's a victimhood culture we live in.
Exactly.
Yes, indeed. Do we have? Can you isolate the "Do you hear me" from the teacher? Because I'm having. This is the way my sick, twisted, warped brain operates. I'm having flashbacks to our Ohio bus driver who was yelling, "Do you hear me?" Let's take a trip down memory lane. Here's the Ohio bus driver.
Do you hear me?
And I would love to see if we can compare that to our teacher here that just had enough of this kid.
I don't even know where it is in this clip.
Okay, if we can get to it later, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah. See, I'm still. I guess it's the context. See, we always get these things in a small. It's like, what's the full picture here? You know, if that boy was, forget intimidating, which is, intimidation, which is a bad enough issue. But like, if that boy was getting ready to hit a girl, then that teacher, I am all for whatever that teacher had to do.
Shut your mouth!
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Sure.
But
Shut your mouth!
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
his parents have spoken out, and his mom and dad have said that that's, they're giving a different side of it, and so they're saying this isn't their son.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to grapple what happened.
Yeah.
And so the parents are, the dad specifically was interviewed, said, I would never, they feel like the teacher was attacking their family, but I didn't infer that. When I listened to the teacher, it's a rhetorical question. In other words, I infer from the teacher that she's saying, your parents didn't raise you like this, which is what I wish the teacher would have physically said.
Oh, because she said,
does your father beat?
Yeah, right.
So the parents' point of view is,
No, if that was me, I would have gone in my classroom and do you hear me?
There it is. There it is.
Over here, running around my classroom, cussing at a girl trying to fight her. That's what your family does? The minute your family put their hands on women, your dad beat your mom? Oh. She started. No, she didn't. She was in.
So that's what they're.
does your dad beat your mom?
Yeah.
So to me, she's asking rhetorical questions, and I had assumed that she knew the family and knew that but I wish she had just said, I know your parents. This is not how they've raised you.
Right.
But she doesn't say that. And so the dad in particular said, he's speaking out saying, I'm a hardworking dad. And I, this is not how he's, so I think the family has a lot of questions.
Yep. Yep.
I hope, it's a shame this stuff goes public, because in truth, I wish they could get them all in a room and have a conversation. But it sounds to me like, this boy, by the video, was wandering around the class and was allegedly bullying a girl that the teacher had close to her to protect her. So whatever's happening there, obviously it's an out of control situation that the teacher can't control.
That's correct.
My foot's gonna be so far up your it's gonna dangle out your damn nose.
Coming up next, we will find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who on Twitter and YouTube today, and can we get to 5,000 subscribers? Let's go, people.
Woo!
Hit that stinking button. I mean, seriously, are you guys listening to us?
Do you hear me?
Hit the button. Kayal and Company, we're back after this.
We're introducing Wendy's newest addition to the morning lineup. Say hello to the Wendy's all-new English muffins. They're here and they're ready for breakfast. Choose between our tasty grilled sausage, a fresh cracked egg and gooey cheese, or that Applewood smoked bacon, fresh cracked egg and gooey cheese. All of that comes sandwiched between a warm English muffin. These English muffins are the perfect way to start the day. All you gotta do is pick one. Grab an English muffin for breakfast this morning. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's breakfast. At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Businesses to watch. Hello, this is Armin, president of Armin Chevrolet. What can I say in the next 60 seconds that is going to make you buy a car? Absolutely nothing. The Armin team has been servicing the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley for 40 years. What makes Armin Chevrolet different from other dealerships? That's simple, our people. From the first time you visit our showroom, service or body shop, you can expect to be treated like family on each and every visit. Armin Chevrolet always offers competitive pricing, expert automotive service, and a dedication to exceptional customer service. Visit ArminChevy.com to learn more about what makes Armin Chevrolet a customer service leader in the Delaware Valley. All I ask is that before you buy, lease, repair, or maintain your vehicle, you consider Armin Chevrolet in Ardmore. Find new roads to Armin Chevrolet, where dealership meets friendship.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly rated hospitals across the U.S. Accuracy matters, so make Exergen the chosen thermometer for your home and family.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinecans.com.
I'm Tony Kornheiser, and this is my show. My friends come on and you know them. We talk about the sports you care about. Football, now basketball too, though we don't really pay attention until later in the year, and the absurdity that is our lives. Line etiquette at your local pharmacy, the current phase of the moon, the importance of talking to a human being on the phone, and most importantly, the power of a box of that. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Are you concerned about your child struggling in school? Do they need more of a challenge? Now's the time to make the call to Kathy Ganna at New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown. 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, a pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, there's a student-teacher ratio of 2 to 1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, and including bipolar. Do not wait. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today, 800-300-0003.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of year with Christmas in the Air, a first-class Broadway-style spectacular that's festive fun for the whole family. This snow globe come to life dazzles with a cast of high-kicking Rockette-style dancers performing alongside magical holiday characters. November 24th through December 24th at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Kayal and Company, 9:53 Friday morning as we get ready to hand it off to Dawn Stensland. The Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, and we find out what she has lined up 7 minutes out.
There is a lot developing today. Remember that we're just maybe an hour or so away from the first ever big meeting and sign up for Philadelphia as they talk about reparations, Philadelphia
right.
City Council. So that's this morning. I know you're waiting for that. So we'll talk about that. There seriously is a lot of developing, a lot of news developing in Philadelphia, the state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Coming up then after I update you on everything, we're going to have Nate Benfield of the Commonwealth Foundation. So talking about, Pennsylvania Senate, the Senate, Republicans standing with students again, talking about the state of education after the latest disgraceful move by Democrats as far as children, education, where that is. So we'll take a picture of that and look at what these career politicians are doing to our kids in schools in Pennsylvania. And there are other active legal threats going on after this is the fallout after the latest election. So we'll talk about that as well in the suburbs. So a lot going on today. We'll cover it all.
All right, the Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock this morning as we wrap up the week with Who Won Twitter today and Who Won YouTube today.
Who won Twitter?
Who on Twitter go to Road Warrior? He says not only will Greg Stocker not shake hands, he won't say hi to you when you're standing next to him at the bar at the Grand Hotel. I apologize for that. I'm not friendly. I know. I get it. I understand. Road Warrior knows I love him.
So you don't say hi to people either. Huh?
I'm sure I didn't.
Will that make you happy, Fred?
I'm sorry. I try and be nice.
Who won?
YouTube, I'm going to give it to Ortho. Ortho says, this chat is disastrous for me trying to get some work done.
Now, how do you think we feel?
I know, exactly. By the way, we're like 20, it looks like we're 20 away right now. 20 subscribers away. I think we can do it let's do it by the end of the Dawn Show. If we can do it by the end of the Dawn Show, God bless you. If we can do it by the end of the Dawn Show, that'd be great. Yeah. YouTube.com/@1210WPHD. We just need 20 people to hit the subscribe button so we can get to 5,000.
All right, fair enough. I think we'll get there.
We will.
I'll even take by the end of the close of business today.
Okay.
At 5 p.m.
Well, that's what we originally said. We got a shot for the stars by saying.
We did.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. I'm out all of next week for Thanksgiving, so everybody have a great Thanksgiving. Mike Opelka will be in Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Nice of him to put the driver and the 7-iron away for a few days, and he will do the show. And then we will be back Monday, the following week, the day of the Eagles and the Chiefs game. So, no, the Eagles-Chiefs is this Monday. Yeah, so I don't know. I'll be back the following Monday. I don't know who the Eagles play.
just forget what I just said.
Yeah, as Joe Biden would say.
Anyway.
And as John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully